I get this on my laptop?
Yeah, give it a few seconds, man, and it'll fire up.
Because if I can get the comments on the laptop, dude,
you're winning. Don't worry, man.
I'll be able to see it. We got 2 people in already.
And a thumbs up.
And a thumb up already. Who's in here? Who's in here? Chill, we got to be, probably. Upcoming. Just keep saying upcoming, man. God,
Yeah,
that would be a godsend if I can make that
Don't worry,
work.
man. We'll be able to keep on the comments and stuff.
You think?
Yeah, they'll pop
Bing
up.
bong, there's Chili.
Pip.
Chill's on.
Yeah, right. Just before it gets really.
Sorry?
I was going to say, just before it. And Radman as well, dude. And Dave Usan.
Oh,
Everybody's
Rad's
in the place.
in. Dave's in. Chill's in.
I was going to say, before it gets really underway and real serious, old King Chuck was round my house earlier, and look what he left behind.
Oh, no.
I fucking made it, didn't I?
Where's the glasses?
Oh, no, they're only for Friday nights, mate. Sorry.
Oh, mate. That's brilliant. I want to get some people in, man, before I start the whole bit. You know what I mean?
Don't worry, man. Just chill. Just center those
chakras. I'm doing what you do, dude. I'm in there. Matey, listen to me. Seriously. You don't realise what the amount of shit you put in when I'm just got this little bit trying to get...
Yeah, dude.
Matey, my freaking asshole all day long, like my head, like, do I need this and do I need that? And I know this is kind of where we're going to go with all this, right? But,
yeah, it is.
You know, I don't know nothing about anything.
You're doing all right, man. You're doing good. So check this out.
Yeah.
And obviously, Chill Adventures will probably comment on this, and I don't want to give too much away, but me and you, Steve, were obviously talking last night about the finishing touch, the little c'était je bonheur, the je ne sais quoi that I wanted for the Friday Night Lives. And I still don't want to say it because I don't know if I'm 100%, but I think I cracked it. But that took me 5 hours today, dude.
Oh, you did it today?
Yeah.
Dude, man, you know, it's like I said to you yesterday. I don't want to get too much into it, but it's like I said to you yesterday, because I know, you know, you're fishing, you got that worm, dude. You're floating me. You're trying to get a freaking, I'm not doing it. Right. It's the same as what we were saying yesterday. You know, when you're advancing your knowledge, right, when you're pushing forward in your knowledge, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I'm not going to go into it yet.
Yeah, don't worry, man. We'll save that for the fans. So we've got 6 people in, man.
Oh, did I do my makeup? Oh, God. I didn't cover up my freaking hole in my head.
So, yeah, man. Just before, like, while Steve's getting his stuff lined up, everybody don't forget to drop out of the live chats. Give the video itself a like and comment. Fire up the live chats. Make sure you're pounding the little hearts and the party buttons in the side. As boring as it is, it just makes the YouTube algorithm work for this gentleman and just get the video outsourced to all the people that might actually get some value from it along the way. So it's all appreciated. And dude, Steve, I'm going to say, man, what do you reckon of that thumbnail, dude?
I got it.
He's sorted.
No shit. Now I'm watching myself do this because of the time delay.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
Holy crap, yeah? All right, we're good, dude. Now I can freaking see what's going on. Okay, I feel better about that. I wonder if I can make that. Oh, no shit, dude. Dude. What? Oh, I wish I could see you be fucking proud of shit, man. I've brought who's in? Billy's in.
Everybody, man. This is a party up in here, dude.
Billy's in. All right.
Radman's here.
I've got the old touch screen, right?
All right.
Hold up. Let me fill my freaking screen in with it, and then I don't see myself piss bowling about in the background, do I? Right. And I've made it bigger, so now the freaking I don't even need my glasses. What?
Nice.
What? See, now
As he puts him on his head.
Steve found technology. I did. Yeah,
You've done
I did,
it, bro.
man.
And dude, I just want to take a second as well to just shout you out, because the progress that you've made from, I don't know, what, a few months back, really, in the grand scheme of things, of just picking up the camera to make some videos and put them out on a Friday, to now, dude, you are live on YouTube.
Yeah, man. You know, again, it's only down, which I'm going to talk about, because I want to get some more, I want to grab some more people in here. Alan, my mate Alan's in. Alan, that's Dave's brother. My mate Dave over there. That's his brother. Yeah, Alan. He's one of the guys that join us on a Friday night on the old Xbox.
Up and at 'em. Love it.
Yeah, up and at 'em, mate. Yeah, up and at 'em. I was up and at 'em this morning. I only went for me walk in the afternoon, though, when I dropped that vid, you know, the old... dude, I've been pounding the freaking advertising out of this, dude. I've been posting
You have, dude. You've been killing the game off, man.
I'm hoping, I'm praying that we're going to have...
I feel left out. Hold that thought, man.
All right, man.
Like, if you're going to sit there with them on, I need to sit there with them on, don't I? So I can be like, what are people saying in the comments?
You don't need to make this screen bigger with them on, do you? Fucking hell. You ain't going to miss, you ain't going to lose any pins for them. Oh, they actually
like, I can see exactly.
Glasses. Are they daily?
I can see exactly what's going on now, can't I? No, they're fake, dude.
They are?
Yeah. They basically,
you're expecting me to believe that?
No, all they are is blue tint. So basically, if you're working on a monitor or a screen, they're supposed to take the blue filter out of it.
I'm getting that on my new glasses, matey. I'm getting that.
I only bought them because they're stupid, aren't they?
They're awesome.
So now what with that and the King Chuck edition?
Look at, chill. Why am I looking on there? Hang on.
I look like some really goofy Biggie Smalls, man. I reckon if like Biggie Smalls was a kook.
I'm telling you, man, you need to do a black and white picture like that and make it like a fucking album cover. It could be your profile pic.
Oh, don't, dude. People would want to tune in and see it, though, man. They'd be disappointed if the glasses and the...
If it pulls more people, mate, you do whatever you got to do.
Madness. But yeah,
so how many more we got in? So we got 8 in. Hit the like button, guys. Smash that like button, yeah? 30
nice. Dude, let's do this. I reckon everybody's here. Everybody's fired up.
What do you reckon? I don't know if it's Dan, because Dan was meant to come in, wasn't
he? Yeah, but dude, I hate to say it, I reckon you just center the vibes, get some meditation on, and let's get this sucker up and rock and rolling, dude.
You want to start then? Yeah? All right.
Yeah, let's do it, dude.
You know, thank everybody for freaking coming out. I mean, you know, this was a pretty last minute kind of throw together, let's go kind of thing for a reason, which we'll go into. But it's really nice to have this kind of community, you know, and I cherish that community. So that, you know, it's why last night I was all about, you know, shit, good vibe. This is what I want, like a group, same kind of thing, you know, a bunch of people coming in, do some meditating, talk, have a good time, but no bullshit, right? No, you know, if someone's talking negative, or if someone comes in, I mean, of course we're going to freaking talk negative. It's stories, right? So, but, you know, if you've got someone coming in and just taking the freaking, literally just taking the piss for taking the piss. I mean, we all banter, but, you know.
We all like a little bit of banter.
We all like a bit of banter, right? Oh, you're knitting? Nice.
Bit of wool.
Knitting. Lovely. I told you were twinkle toes. That's coming into it. So So I just like thank the group, thank the people coming. I got another comment this morning on my video, and another like. My subscribers have gone up, and that's down to the thanks to the group, because it's I'm that guy that came in and didn't know shit about surfing, didn't know shit about videoing. I knew a bit about cameras and still photography from my dad, but it was more 35mm and shit like that. So it's, there's a whole different. So getting thrown into this, which you did, right, pulling me into this group is an absolute blessing, because I'm freaking learning shit. I'm doing this for a reason, right? And it's because of the backing of the group, right?
That's an epic, dude. That's epic.
So I really thank you, everybody.
No worries, dude.
Absolutely brilliant. But anyway, so I want to meditate a little bit, because I need it. I friggin' need it. I'll tell you what, I left my arsehole at the door before I came in. Where we go? What's this? Probably will not particularly. From Banter, a hard heart is what in the absolutely, man. You know it's a thing, Red man. You know it. We know how to. My daughter saw me bantering with a good mate of mine in England once. I think I told you, Grom, right? Did I tell you that story with the?
Yeah, dude.
When Dave called me, and I was on WhatsApp and he's on video, and straight away, as soon as he come on the screen, I'm fucking tearing him a new one, right? And I love the guy. He's a brother. But my daughter was like, "Holy crap! How you do it?" And we don't mean anything by it. People stand by us and go, "Holy shit, do you like each other?" My wife said that. Do you like each other? Yeah.
Seriously, I've said it before. If people in Dan, how's it going, big dog? If people see me and Andrea in public and weren't to know the kind of just the banter that we have, seriously, some people would think that we're in some mad row or breakup, man.
Yeah.
She goes in hard. She's sarcastic she's probably the most sarcastic person I've ever known, dude. Yeah, and she goes hard at it. But
she did you some a little because I watched which I'm going to go into, but I watched your first. I think it was the first 3 videos today of your.
Yeah, okay.
And I've never done this before, your videos, but I literally, as soon as I started the video, I grabbed my notepad.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is what I'm saying, dude. Starting that vlog up when I did, that was just if any studying psychology student or a therapist or whatever gets hold of this video and they want to do a showcase or pass an exam on studying a Fruit Loop, there's your content right there, dude.
Wait, hold up. Time out. It ain't allowed in here. Time out.
I don't know, man. I like the a Fruit Loop's an endearing term, man.
Nah. All right, what flavour?
Anyone you want, dude.
So you
I'm taking pineapple,
you can't
bro.
call yourself a Fruit Loop no more unless you know the flavour.
Pineapple, man.
All right, good. I'll take it. Right, with your juice. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
But anyway, so we don't. I was waiting for Dan actually, so because I hung out for you, Dan, man. You ain't missed that much. I hung out because I want to get into the meditation. So
yeah, let's do this.
Let's if everybody's comfortable, just if you can sit, you can lay down, you can. We're not going to do a big one, just to calm everything down and get the vibe right. Right? It's I find when I'm in these fucking situations in my own head, like I am now, right? Doing a 5-minute, 10-minute meditation puts you on a different level. It enables you to be able to kind of calm down and think a little bit. And so this is something I want to follow. I just want to start out with a meditation whenever I do any live.
Yeah, let's do it.
So let's get into it. So it's basically, as long as you're comfortable, I'm not going to put any kind of, you got to do this, you got to do that stuff, right? As long as you're comfortable, and I put my palms up. I will say that because it's bringing energy, right? So if you put your palms up, you're accepting, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So I always have my palms up. There's certain ways you're meant to sit, especially if you do it the way I do it, which I use a Zofu. which basically is, I've got it right here.
I'm going to get the jumper off of this bad boy, dude.
It's basically the pillow, the meditation pillow.
Yeah, okay.
And it's full of buckwheat. So it molds. So if you sit on one, if you meditate, I love meditating just sitting on the deck, right on the floor. But if you get one of those, it's risen enough to where you can kind of scoot yourself forward, grab it from the back, push it, and it pushes you upright like that. And you can sit like that for ages. And I cross my legs and I meditate,
Nice.
right? But meditate. Let me talk about meditation first, in case anybody doesn't really know what it is or how to do it or anything like that. So, a lot of people have the misconception of meditation is blocking your mind out, and that's not what it is at all, right? Everybody says I can't blank my mind, and I laugh because I'm like, you got a mind, you ain't blanking shit, right? What meditation is allowing the thinking to come in, but not reacting to it. So it's anchoring yourself to something. So when I ever teach meditation, which we'll do today, I anchor to the breath, right? When you anchor to the breath and you slow that breath down, as soon as you start slowing that breath down, you're going to start slowing the mind down. And once your mind starts slowing down, now you can start looking at things a little bit differently, and then you don't start reacting, right? Your blood pressure comes down, your cortisol levels come down, everything drops, and you go in a different state of mind. There's different states of mind that you drop into, right? And another reason I would love to teach this, especially to the surfer guys, you included, right, which we're going to talk about. I can't help but think that if you meditate, it's going to absolutely help you on a board. No doubt in my mind. Absolutely. It's like when Uncle Billy does his teachings, when he says to Cam, okay, put your foot back here a little bit, do this a little bit, distribute your weight different, all that shit. If you've got that bit, and then I can get the mind bit you'll be right. It's just
flying, dude.
Right. So it's a matter of, Steve, have you seen the Yin and Yang of Jerry Lopez? It is about how Jerry Lopez the point was. No, I haven't.
You need to check that out, Steve.
Yeah, send it. Can you post, if it's on a YouTube or something, post it in the group so I can grab it, yeah? Because I won't even remember that. I know Yin and Yang, I know what that is, but I won't even remember that.
Yeah, Jerry Lopez, man.
So just keep yourself comfortable. It's not about blocking your mind out. I'll step you through it. We're going to anchor to the breath. We're just going to slow everything down, right? So just get yourself comfortable. You can do it with your eyes open if you want to. As long as you can find a focal point and get your eyes on it, and you kind of want to be looking down slightly and pinpointing an area, and you don't want your eyes wide open like that. If you've got your eyes open, you just kind of like, like you're going to doze off. You kind of just letting your eyelids rest, right? You don't want any strain around the eyes. You don't want to have to do shit. Right. And if you're doing this, you're freaking flexing all those muscles in your eyes, man. You don't want to be doing that. So if you do it with your eyes open, I've practiced this a few times, but it ain't easy. But if you can do it with your eyes open, just rest your eyes on something and find the position. You'll know with your eyes because you'll feel it. If you move your eyes around, and then you'll get to a point where it feels like which they are floating in water. Right. You can feel it. It's just floaty. So what we're going to do is I close my eyes. That's the way I do it. But just close the eyelids down, palms up. It doesn't matter where you can put them on the arms of the chair. I rest mine up on my knees. If you're laying down, palms up beside you. And then just be aware. Just being aware of self. And aware of your body. And aware of you being a being. We take it for granted. Everything is working off another and pumped by an engine, which is right in your chest, the heart. And just relax the eyelids down. Just coming into the eyelids and just being aware there's a lot of tension that's held in the face, especially in the forehead and the eyes, even in the tongue. So just allow the eyes just to rest, like drapes, like curtains, just hanging there. And then come down your forehead and just around your forehead, just relax in your forehead. We hold a lot of tension in the forehead. So just relax the forehead a little bit. Down the jawline. Unhinge the jaw. We clench when we're in any kind of mental anything. We tend to clench our teeth. So just unhinge the jaw, allow it to relax. And then becoming aware of the tongue. And where the tongue is sitting in the mouth. Follow the tongue back, all the way back to the throat. Becoming aware of the mouth, where the tongue is touching. You probably can feel the air as you breathe going over the back of the tongue. You may be aware of taste. You may be aware of saliva. You may be increasing in saliva. Just be aware of it and where it is in the mouth. Just be aware of it. And then start bringing the attention to the breath. No breath, no life. So why waste it by breathing quicker with anxiety? If you're given a certain amount of breaths in your life, when you want to slow it down and not have so many, just slow that breath down. Bringing the air through the nose, up behind the sinuses, into the back of the throat, down the throat, filling the lungs, and being aware of the abdomen. Push it out as you breathe in. Suspend the breath slightly at the top for a 3 count. And then allowing that breath to just start releasing and letting go of any tension, any stress, anything that's happened today, anything that's happened in a week. Just allowing it to disappear and just let go. It's not even worth it. Nothing is really worth your life. Nothing. So just let any tension across your shoulders, in the face, maybe in your body. You may feel it somewhere in your body, a tension in your neck, across your forehead. Just allow it to go. Just allow it to disappear. Nothing but love and good space right here. And then just become aware of that air going over that top lip. Right at the top of the lip. And if you pick a pinhead spot between the nostrils and the top of the lip, right in that little crevice there, someone probably knows the name of that. I've got no idea, but little pinhead area right in the middle. And just be aware of the breath. As you breathe in through your nose, start slowing it down. Slowing it down. The more you slow it down, the deeper and more relaxed you become. The more in control you are of your mind. You're not pushing your mind in a negative direction when you're slowing the mind down. You're not becoming slower. You're becoming wiser. You're becoming more in tune with everything that's going on around you and self. So become aware of that air, just coming over into that area right there, pinhead, right underneath the nostrils and above that lip. Just allowing that air just to go over it. You'll probably feel a coolness. You can probably feel the air maybe even circling around the rims of the nostrils as it because it circulates as it goes up. So being aware of that air circulating around the nostrils and then going up into the sinuses. You may feel a coolness behind the eyes. And then as it goes up into the sinuses, nitric oxide is added from the nose, which allows the blood vessels to relax, which allows your blood pressure to come down, which allows more oxygen to the brain, which means you're more alert again. pushing that belly out as you take that breath in through the nose, following all the way down, being aware of the abdomen kind of coming out. And then the diaphragm moves, and then the chest moves, and then the shoulder move kind of slightly, not too big, but you'll feel it. If you take the breath right, you'll feel it. Shoulders kind of come up and outwards a little bit, where the traps are kind of pulling up. And then it all reverses on the way back. So as you start pulling that abdomen all the way back towards your backbone, your shoulders start to go down and start to relax, and be aware of the relaxing effects of the breath out as the body kind of sinks deeper, more calming, letting go, just letting go. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter about an argument you had. It doesn't matter about something that you was mad about your partner with. It don't matter. Don't matter. Just allow the breath, calm the mind, take control. Slowing that breath down even more now. Make the breath out way slower than the breath in. You can do a count of 4 and a 6 out, 4 in, 6 out if you want. I actually do a 2-minute breath as well. Oh, sorry, 2 breaths per minute that I do, which is a 30, 30, 30. Oh, sorry, 10, 10, 10, not 30, 30, but 10, 10, 10. Give me the 2 breaths a minute. So then I breathe in for 10, hold for 10, out for 10, pull slightly at the bottom, and then do it again. The more you slow it down, the better. And then just becoming aware of the seat or the floor or anything that you're on. Maybe become aware of the body contact with that. Pulling the mind to that. Slowing the thinking down. Any thinking that comes in, you just tell yourself, tell the mind, I'm thinking. If you tell the mind, I'm thinking, it knows you're thinking. And then just allow it to move on. And then just pull yourself back to your breath. It don't matter. The thinking is all bullshit. It's telling you stuff that you don't even need. It's going to hold you back if you listen. Listen to the breath. Tune in. And in a moment, I'll count from 1 to 5, and we'll come up slowly out of meditation. But right now, just take 3 nice, long, controlled, deep breaths, holding at the top. I'm going to do one first. Holding at the top for a 3 count, and then we're going to let it out. I'm going to emphasize the sound all through the nose. So it's in and suspend the breath at the top, pushing that belly out, pulling the back up straight and bringing that energy straight up your spine. Hold at the top for a 5 count. And then I'll release it nice and slowly. I'm doing it through my mouth so you can hear, but do through the nose. So here we go. I'm going to do 3 breaths. First breath. Hold. And release. Letting everything go. And again. Suspend. And release. And one more. Suspend. And release. And then in a moment, I'm going to count from 1 to 5, nice and relaxed. Relax that mind, letting go of any thinking. Tell yourself you're thinking, move it aside, come back to your breath, relax. 1, 2, 3, start wiggling your fingers and your toes. You might want to rotate, do some neck rotations a little bit. Don't open your eyes yet. I'll tell you when to open your eyes. Maybe roll your eyes around a few times, get that lubrication going. You may feel they're even feeling a little bit more lubricated in your eyes. Just move them around, move the jaw, the tongue. Get yourself nice and back. 4, coming more back into the room now, coming more back into your body. And 5, blink open nice and slowly. Just blink over your eyes. How you do? Good?
Yeah, I'm just vibing out right now, dude.
Good. Good.
I'd be interested if people get in the chats, if you actually see that through. Did at any point you feel like a cold rush of energy come through the palms of your hands?
Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, there's actually a meditation I take people where I go completely, which I'll do at some point. It's a little bit longer.
Dude, I think that was a vibe. Bearing in mind, if anybody tuned in at that point, they just see 2 dudes sat here with their eyes closed, chilling out.
Yeah, right. I know. I was getting when I was explaining it. I'm thinking, if some of my guys drop in, like the guys I guide, that they're going to know, but they're going to be like, damn it.
Yeah, that's a vibe, dude. And seriously, if nobody jumps in, like, I reckon everybody else is either passed out, tripped out, or they're just sat there chilling, dude. They don't even want to get on the comments no more because it's just like, yeah, I'm a vibe, man. Like, my body feels really peaceful and really calm, and like, dude, you need to do this on the channel regularly, man. There's people that do yoga and stuff, but I think like. So I've already had experience in the past doing like qigong and tai chi. Tai chi didn't hit the mark for me, but qigong really did, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what I mean. Let me ask you then. Oh, should I do my bit? Otherwise, we're going to start going off again. I can feel it now, Grom. You did it again, man. You keep on side like you keep on. You're like that freaking really good freaking striker. You're like, where's he going? And all of a sudden, it pulls a freaking swingy, and you're like, how do you get it over there? That's you.
I was just saying about like meditation, dude.
That's you, mate. What did Billy say? Grom looks like he's gone to the moon and back.
Yeah, dude.
And listen, let me
good
ask
meditation.
You guys. Sorry, Grom, go on.
Good meditation will get you high, dude.
Yeah, and there's Wim Hof breath work that I want to do as well with within our group. I might even just do a group thing. I don't know yet. If you're in our group,
dude, do it on here, man. So that then if we want to join in, we can. And if there's other people further afield, they can just get a vibe out of it.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's me again going, I don't know if you're good enough.
Dude, you got it, man. And I'm not gonna lie, like I reckon there might be a few people that I was sat there and I kind of enjoyed that, dude. You've obviously done that a few times, so you've got a very good way of explaining your way through it.
Yeah, it's a massive part of my journey, and I get on the mat sometimes I'll get on the mat 4 or 5 times a day. Right, it depends on where what's this? Steve cut those meditations out. Every day I make a playlist on the channel. Yeah, he's told me that before.
Yeah, dude.
I've had comments with Dan about that before, but no, it's a massive part of the spiritual side of it. Let's not go there yet because we're jumping. That's the fun bit. We're getting to the serious bit first.
All right. Well, let me go and get the coffee jug real quick. Tell everybody that they need to like, subscribe, share, fire the links to people on other channels, and get everybody in the world knowing about this dude, the Cockney Buddha.
Good, man. Hey, yeah, Dave. Yeah, you got something out of there. Yeah. Let me ask you, surfers out there. I think Radman, you're in. You surf, man. How do you think that could You think that could be real beneficial with surfing and how that relates? Billy, Uncle Billy too. I'll make you. I tell you, Uncle Billy, I'm serious, man. You do the bits and pieces about the surfing because I don't know shit about any of that. I'm learning. I'm definitely learning. But
Dude, we'll
when
learn you,
it
don't you
comes to
worry.
the mind part, dude, when it comes to that bit, that's why I'm so fascinated with you guys. I really am. It's like,
Well, dude, man, because I don't know nothing. I'm only still starting out the mere surf journey, dude. In the grand scheme of it.
yeah, we ain't gone there yet, Grom. Easy. I've got it all written down, mate. It's in there. It's on my pad, dude. I'm telling you, that pad looks thin, but I can scroll like that. I'm telling you, man, we're gonna get into it. Did anybody hear me say there? Probably. I hope you did. You can hear me, Grom, right? Yeah. Good.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. About how that can relate.
I reckon there's a multitude of ways that can relate, dude. But if I'm brutally honest, like just meditation in the crazy little world that we live in these days with the mad rush and flitting mind thought. There are Billy's just sent a reply back, dude.
Yes, because you want to have a kind of mind, and you are. Oh, you have a calm mind, your body calm, and you flow. You're bold and flow. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's that. I look at it. I relate it to the spiritual aspect of surfing, which we're going to talk about, dude. Right? Because there's a lot of bits to do here, right? So I'm going to get into the next bit. All right. The breathing techniques are very much like when you duck dive under the waves. So yes, very similar. I tell you, Rad man, that, there's some breathing work that I'm gonna do with you guys. That being underwater and holding your breath is it'll extend that, right? Because it's basically training. It's training the mind to be able to, expand the lungs because the lungs ain't a muscle. You got to take air in to be able to get the lung. They're just basically freaking bellows, right? And if you're regularly, they say regularly, you walk around daily, you're only using 30% of your lung capacity, right?
I'd be surprised if like majority even use that, dude.
Right. Yeah.
Because some people breathe so shallow and they breathe in the top part of their chest.
Right. Because
and
if you
just
breathe, sorry, mate. Go on.
It's just like almost that sort of fluctuation in the lung, like just that little.
Right. And what does that tell this?
Oh, dude, it does nothing because it just starves the poor brain of all the oxygen, man.
Well, you got very shallow breathing, and when you're going into anxiety attacks or panic attacks, that's exactly what you're doing. So if you start breathing like that, you're sending the message, and you'll go into an anxiety attack. I mean, because the body doesn't know. It recognizes.
You're just making yourself hyperventilate, dude. You're just making yourself hyperventilate.
Yeah, which ain't gonna be worth a shit when you're on a board.
No, dude. But just generally in life as well, dealing with situations. I think I said it to you only the other day where you're like, it's the one thing, like breathing is the one thing that we never get taught. We just get smacked on our ass and expected to do it, dude.
Yeah, take a freaking first breath in when you're a baby, right?
And that's it.
And here's another thing, right? You never have the same breath in your lifetime twice, ever. Every single breath is a different breath than the last one. How many breaths do you take in your lifetime, right? So why wouldn't you want that to count? That's where I put my mind. Like, once that breath's gone, bye-bye, you never see it again, right? So why not make that breath is giving you life. So why wouldn't you make it count? Right? It's if you can take that breath in, what if it's your last freaking breath, right? Right? Take a freaking
make
the most of it. Right? So anyway, I want to get to my next bit. That's the meditation. We've gone over the meditation a bit, but we will come back to that. And then the next bit for me is what you've done for me. Right? And and I'm going to try and not get emotional. Let me have a drink. When it comes to where I'm at now within my own journey, there's certain, when I started, when I left old me and started this journey going forward, I had no idea whatsoever that I'd be in the position I'm in now, right? I didn't even think I was going to freaking live, right? So when you start this journey, and well, for me starting this journey was, the first thing was hitting bottom, dude. I hit freaking rock bottom. Couldn't get any lower, right? And which is another thing we're going to talk about, because suicide, right? You mentioned that in one of your vlogs. So as you go along, you pick up, you start picking up, you start making decisions, you start realizing who you are, you start looking at yourself on a journey, right? And then there's certain things that come into that. And you came in at the right time, right? It just, I can't. Cam asked me, he said, how did you find Grom's video? And I freaking can't remember. I can't remember, dude. I can't remember because how long have I known you now? 3 years?
Yeah, it's got to be. Mate, yeah, it's got to be like a good 2, even. Yeah, I reckon maybe clocking on 3.
Because I know it was when we were in that terrible word, right? When we were in the big C.
Yeah, dude.
Right?
Yeah.
We were. I know we were in that, and I don't know whether I was just surfing around, looking, and I saw you. I don't even know how I got into your site, but I must have watched it, and I messaged you. I messaged the Grom. He's a YouTuber. I thought our YouTubers were untouchable. All right, because to me, matey, here I am. I've been watching you, and you were like watching TV to me, right? Because I like TV, but to tell you the truth, my wife likes the shows that I don't like. She likes all fucking, oh God, blimey, like Family Fortune and all that shit, right? she likes all the gaming shows and all that, and I'm like the other way. I love following people now. I follow guys that go around the world and different places and countries and watching people and their art and what they do, and so landing on you, it was like watching TV to me. Because as I started this journey, I started looking and following people that I was like, yeah, that matches where I'm going, bring it in, right? And then, like the meditation, when I started getting in meditation and I did first few meditations, like, yeah, that belongs, right? It becomes part of your story, yeah? So when I sent you the message, and I can't even freaking remember I don't even remember what it was about, right? But I remember sending you a message and thinking really nothing of it. And all of a sudden you answered me and I'm like, what?
Right? Yeah, probably at stupid o'clock in the morning as well.
Yeah, because of the time differences, right? You know what though? When I wake up in the morning, sometimes that can be a bit of a blessing because I'll go in the bar, you're bouncing off the walls, right? And you go in, you do the 3 S's and then you look at your phone, right? And sometimes when I've got something like that when you're on there, it's like, oh shit, all right, kind of sets you up, right? Makes you feel a bit good.
Yeah, dude.
So I went when I found you, you became part of, and then I messaged you and you answered me, and it's like, oh God, it was like I was like a fan, right? And there you are. Going, hey man, and we just started, messaging back and forth here and there, nothing major. And then I remember saying to you, hey, you got WhatsApp? And you're like, yeah, dude. And you was freely like, here's my number. I'm like, holy shit, this is fucking unheard of. Right. I never thought this is right. Meanwhile, still watching your videos. And now I'm like, my wife is like, who's that? And I'm like, it's 30-year-old Grom. So all my family know you. Right. But you know, you sit there and you don't give yourself enough freaking credit. You're a pain in the ass, man. You really are a pain in my ass, because I couldn't imagine my Fridays without you now. You know what? It's weird. Like, you know, you're just part, and you became the total reason, dude, why I'm doing this. Right? It became part of the journey. Now my therapist is on it, and she's freaking saying, when you're doing live, she even knows you, right? When you're doing live, and in fact, I got an amazing message from her this morning when I told her I went live last night, which really, oh mate, that got me, right?
Yeah, okay.
But it's the same thing that I get from you. You know, you're willing to go out your way and freaking help. You'll call me and say, hey man, you know, to try this, try that, and as you're telling me, it's brought me into this group that you've lovingly brought me into, and now I'm in the flow with them and all.
Yeah,
right. I mean, Chill was the first one that was like, freaking get on my channel, and I'm like, what? You know,
yeah,
live. Right. So that there got me going with doing this. Otherwise, forget about it, matey. I told you yesterday, I could have sat there all the time going, I'd love to do live, but not having the asshole to do it.
Yeah, dude.
Right? So when I see people like yourselves and you're like freaking on and you're doing this and you're doing that, and it's like, oh yeah, all right, I'm going to do that. It's 4 minute mile, right? Had to be broken for people to do it. Right? So you, dude, you have become, well, you are, not become, you always were, a real beacon for me, right?
Cheers, dude. I appreciate the hell out of that, mate.
You've been such a beacon that it's shifted my life. Right? I wouldn't have been doing this. I wouldn't have been making contact with people. I wouldn't have been sitting here doing freaking meditations on a live. It wouldn't have been happening.
There you go, dude.
Right? You pointed me in the right freaking directions, dude. And then, you know, when you asked me, I remember you said, oh, will you be in this group? I'm getting an idea together. I'm getting this group together. And then you said to me, I'm like, why? You remember? I'm like, why me? Why, what, you know, because you was explaining it to me. And you said, I'm surrounding myself with a bunch of people that inspire me. And I'm like,
yeah, dude.
Oh, shit. Like, right? So, dude, you do good things, Rad man. You do good things. Hey, Cam, how are you? Fall asleep? Cam, you fall asleep.
And I noticed Rick's in as well. So that shout out to Rick.
Oh yeah, that's him. All right, Rick. So listen. I'm not only speaking for myself, dude. I'm not only speaking for myself. These guys love you too, right? You've made an impression on every single different one of us, and in probably in a number of different ways, but it all comes together for that one common cause, and that's everybody freaking loving and supporting each other. And you started that. You started that, right? So I wanted to thank you.
Thank you, dude.
I don't know where I got
the
through
hell out of that, man.
Fucking lump in my throat. And you're gonna listen. I can't. You're gonna grow, dude. You know. I know which we're gonna talk about, these little bits and pieces, and that ain't gonna do the live and that, which is what we're going to. But no, dude. You know, you watching your videos, just even within the past 6 months, is like got better and better and better, right? It's like you're not trying, but I know you are trying, because like I say, I was freaking like scratching my head about the lighting that I've got. Right? But thank you. I really do.
No worries, man.
I really do appreciate you, man. I really, really do.
Dude, that Dave Busan will comment on this, but he hears me preach about it all the time at work, man. And obviously, again, the people in the comments and people that watch the vlog will have seen kind of my mentality just recently at work, and all of that is because I look at the guy that leads the company or the workplace that I work for, and he's all about him. And like I struggle because I'm like such at the other end of that spectrum. Because I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, I want to see everybody else get across the line before I even consider it, dude.
Yeah. But we'll talk
Like
about
and I have to kind of off the back of you giving me a shout out. Like the guy doesn't need any more praise because I think he gets it a hell of a lot. But the one and only Mr. Ben Gravy, dude. Like, if it wasn't for him basically having a pretty gnarly conversation with me before I went and made the real, like, pull the trigger moment to say, I am going to upload to YouTube, because I'd been videoing and I knew what I wanted to do, but I just didn't have the kahunas to pull that trigger and be like, we're going to do it. And then after having a conversation with him where he was just like, dude, do you want to, like, are you going to give up what the good that you could bring over the possibility of the negative you might deal with? You know?
Yeah.
Like, are you going to let maybe one bad person stop you doing the things that could be so positive for others? And I was like, you know, he got me all fired up, man. And I was just like, yeah, screw this, man. Don't worry, I can take it. I can do it. Because again, and we'll probably go into this. When I first started, the thought of doing a daily vlog on like depression and my sort of struggle with depression, I thought to myself, dude, the last thing that I want to be doing while I'm in a vulnerable state is being vulnerable and putting myself into the line of fire, which is like YouTube, social media. Because you're like, this could just completely, it's only going to take maybe one comment or one gnarly dude to start trolling what you do. And it's just going to be like the noose tightening, you know? And he was like, it was one of those things where, again, listening to someone like Ben, who's obviously been there, done it before me, and is quite an inspirational dude anyway. He's got a lot to answer for, man. I swear I'm going to get those t-shirts made where it says, I blame gravy. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to get one that
because it's
says I
his
blame
fault,
Grom.
dude. And it was just one of those things where, like, the guy gave me enough, like, confidence to be like, do you know what? Screw this. No matter what happens, let's just do it. And that underlying sort of narrative in my head has been there from day one, where you're like, look, man, we all go across the line or nobody's going across the line. But I tell you what, I'll be the last person across the line because I want everybody else to succeed before I do, you know?
But we ain't going to let that happen, because whoever fucking starts taking off, we're going to carry your ass with us.
But do you know, the really gnarly thing is, and really, if you break this down, it's like if you install that kind of mindset in everybody, then you say, well, dude, I'm not going across the line until you come with me. Yeah. So again, everybody goes across the line at the same time, dude. And I'd much prefer that than some guy that just takes the runoff, gets the extra 100 steps on you and just does it for himself. And you're like, do you know what?
But you know what though, mate? It's like, and I don't want to get there yet, but there's a lot of mind shit in that where you're like, you're not giving yourself enough credit. And I just want to read off some of this shit that's kicking off on the screen, man. Because Chill says Grom has a lot to be proud of. It's all because of him. My vids got a lot better because of how Grom edits. Where are we? Dave, who you work with. The times you've helped me get across the line at work, man. Where are we?
Okay. Daihatsu Dave, as Cam likes to call him.
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to, I really wanted to thank you in that before we get into it, because I might not have a chance after we get into this. Right. So
I just be like this.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. So now I want to get down to it. Right. I want to, the one thing I want to explain to everybody is how this all freaking started. Why are we sitting here, Grommy? Okay. So I had a phone conversation from Grom yesterday. Hang on, what we got here? Dan, Grom gives me the daily dose of positive vibe. There you go. So the reason why what we're doing here, and Grom's smiling, but we got into a conversation yesterday, as we always do, and we kind of lose track of time, and we don't even know what time is at that point, because it's like, oh shit, you get into those you get into those conversations. But this was a bit different. It was a completely, because of the way the call happened as well. And if you remember, right? And one of the, what's this? All for one for all, dude. Yeah, for sure,
Most
man.
definitely, dude.
Anyway, the reason was with the phone call, why I say it was a little bit different, is the way I got it, because I messaged you and said about the live, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you said, I think it was it last week? You were saying, I'll be back on the live. I think you were right. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'll be back on the live, guys. And remember, I purposely didn't watch any of your recent videos, only the old ones. There's a reason for that, right? I didn't want to be swayed in any kind of because you said last night you were starting to talk. Oh, you haven't seen my videos yet. Then you ain't done the catch up. And I'm like, no, I don't want to know yet.
Yeah,
right?
Dude.
And so when I said about, I just messaged you and said about the live, and then you got back to me and in a phone call, and I thought, oh, not unusual for me, phone to go, right? But a little bit unusual right after I say, what about your life? Right?
I done it to myself, didn't I, man?
And you freaking stitch said it's meant to happen, right? This is meant to happen. There's a reason why we're doing this, right? And the conversation went in the directions of why you are not or haven't, right? And I immediately did the Wurzel gummage and took my head off and picked up my freaking therapy head and shoved that on and went, right, what's going on? Right. And we just started getting into some conversation around it. And I finds out that, you want all your parts put in the right areas and in the right place. And there's certain things, and I get it. I was saying to you, I get it. I understand it, right? You can't sit there, tell me about advancements that you're making. I'm going to go, that's no good, right? But there's a problem when that's stopping you from doing something, right? So my mind is going, Grom loves doing this. Grom loves doing this. Why is he not doing it? Right? And then while you're explaining to me, well, I've got to do this, and I've got to. Fucking hell, right? Right, and I'm like, stop, like, what the hell? And then I started like pulling pieces apart, bits and pieces, and I knew doing this for a living. I know when someone's freaking swaying and freaking going all over the place and avoiding not wanting to go there. There's something, and I don't know. Never seen your first videos. I got a clue. I don't know the state of mind that you were in then, right? I ain't got no idea.
Gnarly, dude.
Right? But while I was talking to you, if you remember, I'm like, there's something, dude, and you wasn't really coming out with that bit. All you said with me was, watch my videos, and I'm like, all right, which became a learning experience. So it became a really good conversation to where you became very vulnerable. I could tell you were becoming very uncomfortable in some things when we were, yeah. There was you can do this all you want, mate. When you don't keep avoiding for nothing, it's uncomfortable, right? So we started getting into the old conversation, and then I started telling you, about why, what are you doing? This is what you love to do, and we started going there. And then when I started making it, there was a couple of times when you pause, it was like, oh, that makes sense. And whenever I hear that bit of a pause, it's like, okay, go that way, right? So I said to you, you're really showing your vulnerability right now, right? It was like, I don't know, probably 2/3 of the way through the comment because it went on a bit.
Yeah, dude, I was going in, man.
But I said to you, you know, you're showing your vulnerability. Well done, right? You're showing your human side. It's not an easy thing to do because we're mates. You know me, but you don't know me, right? It's not a all right, through the videos, we know each other like that for sure, right? And we've had some
Yeah, dude.
freaking deep conversations. I've told you shit about me, right? And no one else knows. You've told me shit, and it's a complete. There is that. There's that trust that's built in there for sure, right?
Yeah, dude.
But so I said to you, because you were like, I said, will we do a live? And you went, no, I ain't doing it tonight, man. And I went,
Yeah, I
no.
wanted that early night. Do you know what? Some bloke kept me up till stupid o'clock this morning doing a goddamn live, didn't he?
Oh, did he? Damn, what a bastard. What an arsehole. Who's that? So hang on. Like you have, Steve, anyone who watches Grom's latest video has to go back and watch the early vlogs. Yeah, you're right, dude. I mean, I'm getting there. I'm definitely getting there, Dave.
Look, man, I'm going to just kill in here and say, look, anybody that goes back and sits through those early day vlogs is an absolute soldier. Because trust me, a few times I've just in the last maybe year or so, I've kind of speaking to people about those early days, or especially like Dave, where he said, like, dude, man, you were just like, you're a completely different person to what I've seen there to who you are now.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I use it as just a gentle reminder. Just go back and have a little look, just to kind of try to, especially drag myself out of a funk, like the one that I've been in the past week.
Right.
Go and use that like research material, man. Go and watch it and just try to absorb like the mind state, the twinkle that just weren't fucking in my eyes at the time, dude. You know, like just everything. And then obviously from an editor's point of view and me being kind of quite anal when it comes to being like, I want it to be like not perfection, but I want it to be as polished in a certain way as best as possible. I don't want it to be scripted. I don't want it to be like a whole crew working on it. I don't want some other guy like, I don't need Steven Spielberg directing it, but I just want it to be as best as I possibly can do. And so to go back and watch them, and especially the first one that you've obviously watched in the last maybe, I don't know, 24 hours or so, dude, like I watch that now and I'm like, it's just like my editing, the length that I've run the footage. But the really interesting thing is, from my point of view, watching it back now, like the bit where I'm going into my collective addiction.
What day?
Yeah.
First one?
On day one, where I'm like showing you my loft, saying this is just the absolute pinnacle of the iceberg of just like how deep like some of my traits or you can call I don't want to turn on a negative one so you time me out, you know, but like these gnarly undertones, dude, how I have like fads or trends, whatever you want to call them, where I'll like almost bury myself or previous to the vlog, right? And this could be therapy on myself here, dude, because previous to the vlog, and I still have it now, but I think I'm a little bit more attuned to it.
Mm-hmm.
There was two things that were like solid. I was focused on for long periods of time. One of them was the golf, and then the second one was music. And music, I buried my head into, and I'd done music solidly as like, it was almost more than a passion for probably a best part of 13 years.
Yeah.
And I was like deep in it, dude. When I was having bad days, I'd spend like 8 hours a day just in a studio, just zoned out, dude. Along with other, let's just say, what do they call it? recreational addictions, maybe. Like I used to smoke a lot of that tweed, and I'd sit there with a big old bag and I'd blaze myself silly while just making beats and just being lost in the music. And they were my two stables. They were just the solids.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, I'd go through cycles that were maybe like, I don't know. There was like a short-term cycle, which was somewhere in excess of maybe 8 to 12 months, which would just be like a crazy thing. Like, I don't know, just get mad into buying cool t-shirts, or I'd get really crazy about like, I haven't been roller skating for loads of years, so I'm going to get some roller skates and I'm going to do some roller skating. And then it'd be like, oh, dude, the weather's changed. So do you know what? I haven't played basketball for a while. I'm going to get a basketball and then I'm going to go play basketball on a Thursday on my own in the goddamn rain because I'm a Fruit Loop. And then like there'd be other little stupid things like that. But then there'd also be this like 5 year or 3 to 5 year role where I'd almost get back into, like, I'd start off with a positive. Yeah, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to handle it. This is going to be the new, like, I'm going to try this and I'm going to try that and I'm going to try to better myself. And then I'd like almost get to a 3 or maybe 5 year window where I'd just question myself and say, what am I doing this for? Where have I got to? What have I gained? And instead of actually looking at the things that you have achieved and said, like, dude, you've achieved all of this amazing stuff. Yeah, okay, it took said amount of time, but you had to be responsible. You had to pay this or you had to pay that, but you still managed to succeed in building all of these other chips on top. But I'd look at it at the point of like, where have I got to, dude? Like, I'd look at it like, I've just been caning like 8 hours a day here doing music, and what for? What have I achieved out of it? And like, then I'd like lose my shit. And I was saying this to Andrew the other day. Like, I got a little bit gnarled out at work. I think it was Wednesday. And I seriously contemplated walking back from Tame to Aylesbury, dude, because I didn't have the car. Andrea was work. She's got the car with her.
How far is it?
12 miles, but I'd smoke that, dude.
Holy shit. Wow.
Nah, don't worry about it, man. Like, I got the camera with me. I got like a 7 kg plus backpack. I got the drone. I got the camera. I got my rain jacket. So I know if it rains, I'll get some good photos, dude. But you know what? There's like, in my mind, I'm like, me walking home right now, even though it's not like the adult thing to do, this is the Martin thing to do. Because if I stay here, there could be the possibility that I do myself an injustice or cause myself greater dilemmas.
Right. Well, there's reasons for it.
Just stressing out at work, dude. Again, the same difference of like trivial stuff. If you're asking me now after a meditation session, dude, trivial stuff.
Right.
Just so trivial.
Right.
But when you're in that environment and it's like, depending on which side of the day that you get me, whether it's the kind of like, don't worry about it, man, it really don't bother. You ask me now, and that's the kind of answer that you're gonna get. On the other side, there's the bit where you're like, I really struggle with injustice, dude. And I just sometimes, I know you can't fight every battle.
Right.
But there's just sometimes, dude, there's sometimes where I want to go past just fighting that battle.
Yeah.
You know?
But that's when the patience comes in.
Yeah, dude. I get like that close to thinking we're going to go head to head. And then there's the kind of the little bit of me that's grown up a little that goes, do you know what, dude? Like, just get out of the environment. Go for a walk. If you have to walk home, just do it. That 12 miles will be the most educational, free-spirited, meditational 12 miles that you'll ever walk, dude.
Right.
And if it rains, it'll just be the universe showing its disappointment in the fact that you didn't stand there, detach from the situation, disconnect your emotion with this stupid cause. It's not life or death, dude. You know?
Yeah, and but it's triggering somewhere. You wouldn't have, though. I mean, I've got to back up a little bit, but you wouldn't have Yeah, raise your eyebrows, matey. You wouldn't have those issues like what you're calling. I mean, they're not simple if they're bothering you, right? There's something. So
Yeah, but
there's
like,
always you don't just get impatient with something for no reason because someone
well,
else could be put in that same position and have the patience.
let's just say then, and it's been pointed out on me on many occasions, I have a tendency to struggle quite badly with authority. But and
And then,
my only cravat to that is the fact that I struggle with authority when it's stupid.
yeah,
When it's like it's just non-logical. Like when the authority comes across like it's almost like me on a stupid day when I'm all irate and like angry, and so I've almost acted childish. When the powers that be are acting like that, that's when I'm kind of like, oh come on, man. Like,
because you feel like someone's tried. Was you bullied as a kid?
yeah, dude. I had loads of stuff, man. Like, dude, I could tell you some really gnarly stories that have completely stuck with me until this very day. That it doesn't matter who it is that kind of said to me, like, don't be stupid. I just wouldn't believe you, dude. Like, well, it's not that I wouldn't believe you. I believe you because I know that it's coming from a place of love and that you're trying to like recode the damage code, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so that
Mm-hmm.
I can move forward. The cold ass
Mm-hmm.
reality is, I'll just be like, yeah, dude, no, like I completely agree. However, in here, I'll always just sit and just go, yeah, but like on the side, I'll always believe what
Well, I mean,
are the damage bits, you know.
it's like anybody that I give guidance to, I always tell them, I can give you all the information you want, but if you're not willing to use it,
Yeah, dude.
I can't do anything. It's always down to the individual and what they want to use or what they want to hear, right? I could make 100% sense to somebody, but if they decide that they ain't going to do that, and then something happens, they're
Yeah, dude.
not. You're not using the tools. That is right. But I want to go back, right? Because I want to go back to where I was on that first video. Like when
Okay.
I opened up, dude. When I opened up that first video on that day one, it just said day one. By the way, can you fucking go back and write the same title and in day one, same title and day two, same title and day? Because I tell you what, they're all different bloody titles, mate, and I can't find the day one to the day four to the day nightmare.
The easiest way to do it is just go into my channel, go into the playlists, select videos uploaded 2018, and you can actually ask it to play in order, dude.
You know what? Get this, because we've talked about fricking YouTube yesterday, and you can do it on your damn phone and get a guest, but I can't get it
Can't do
on
it on
here.
the laptop.
I have it on me. No, I have. I watch all your shit on and everybody else's in the group on my TV. I bring YouTube up on my
Yeah,
TV.
okay.
You can't do it.
Okay.
But
I know that I know Davison would say the same thing where he's like there's been a few things because he obviously watches YouTube a lot on like on a main TV. And he
yeah,
said there's like I don't think you can't leave comments and I don't think you can give likes or something. I don't know.
right. You can do the like, you can do the thumb up, but you can't do it. That's why when I watch your shit, I'm sitting there with my phone, watching the video and doing the comments while it's open. I turn the volume
Yeah,
down
okay.
and pause it, and while I'm watching it on the big screen, it's the only way I can do it. But let me go over some of these first before I get on to the next bit. Let's have a look. Dave, G.I. Joe, he's written. Part of me is
Dude,
glad I wasn't at work that day.
there's
um,
so just while you're reading that, I'm just gonna say, and I've been saying this for ages, dude. I think it was like in the last few months, people have been going on about these like hobby cemeteries. I think it's like a coined term or a coined phrase that kind of become trendy.
all right.
So, like, especially in obviously like the lockdown, loads of people were like, oh, I'm going to take this up or I'm going to take that up because obviously you had a lot of time on your hands. And
Right.
then people are now coining the phrase of all the things that people started to try to do in lockdown. It's kind of like the hobby cemetery or the hobby graveyard or something. And it's really funny
Was it
because
all
probably,
people like off that haven't like completed it because of COVID or something? Is that
yeah,
what it
dude,
is?
they just bought stuff. They got in, I don't know, they wanted to learn how to do whatever or take back up whatever, never see it through. And then obviously now it's just stuffed in their garage, you know?
Like
And
podcasting equipment.
dude, seriously, I reckon I come up with the idea about 6 months ago and I've still not executed it, dude. On a good day when the sun is shining and my grasses dry out like on the patch, as Chill Adventures calls it, I so want to get, but I just don't think it's like humanly possible. I wanted to get all of my belongings that somehow, shape, or form link to something that I've had an interest in, fad, or just mad collection, and get it out on that lawn. Because seriously, dude, there's fishing equipment, there's surfboards, there's GI Joe, there's a record collection, there's turntables,
Yeah.
there's like, oh man, I can't stress to you how I'm surprised Andrea has not left me due to the amount of stupid collections that I have. And that's
Yeah.
before we start talking about like Lego or Scale Electrics or Hornby or Sabutio.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
Meccano was a big one. Remember Meccano?
I missed out on that one. I'm only a spring chicken,
Oh,
baby.
no shit, mate. Oh, you cough. Let me read some of this, yeah, before we get on to this next bit that I got here. Chill, where are we?
Dude, you get in the
Chill
comments,
said,
I'm going to be asked to be excused. I will be back in 20 seconds.
oh, mate, I will fight life until I get what I want or get beaten. I'd rather be alive and do what I want as much as I can and get shit on that life doing something else. Yeah, man, that's chill. I struggled with authority till my current bosses. They treat me better than they treat me better than I deserve. Always good being in a job that you like. That's what I can say about my job for sure. I can't comment via the TV, Dave. Right now, I have you on the TV and the laptop. Yeah, that's what I have to do with my phone. Chill, I had to go out and burn a doobie. You need a bigger lawn. Yeah, I'm a chronic hobbies too. Yeah, I buy it. That was Dan. I buy shit. I do the same. I've got all that podcasting equipment downstairs in the box still. I brought it and it's sitting in the box and it's good. It's good shit too. I got this I want to get into it. I want to get into the podcast and do a podcast if anybody's interested. I don't know if people would be interested in it. But I was just saying to Dan because Dan says I'm a chronic hobbies too. So Dave
I'm
said
glad I'm not alone, dude.
you need a bigger lawn. Dave said.
Oh, I need a bigger boat, dude.
Anyway, I want to go. When I put that first video on and I started it, I thought, holy shit, this is completely different,
Yeah.
right? And I'm not talking from a standard of all the bells and whistles. None of that. Because to me, none of that matters when it comes to your channel. Right. And when I started watching it, I told you, I paused it. I thought, shit, I need a pad. And I went and because you're right, you are fascinating when it comes to psychology. So and I'm telling you, like Dave said, if anybody hasn't seen your first videos, go and watch them. It is, especially if you've got anything going on, which we're going to get into. But if you've got anything going on here, dude, those videos are absolutely banging. And I mean that. Absolutely banging. And the first things I wrote down about those because I've only seen like can't remember I got to the fourth or not. I know I was, because I was, you know, the old heart rate, as the old minutes were ticking, mate, the old heart rate was going a bit because of this. Right. But I'm gonna
Dude,
read out.
sorry, I'm gonna cut in there.
Holy
Alvin has
shit,
just
Alvin's
dropped in
in.
the room. Dude,
Oh shit.
so while this guy is here, I just want to just say this. Alvin, dude, you're an absolute legend.
Yeah, man.
I've got to just say to you, thank you so much for
Yeah,
just
yeah.
holding the Grom vlog strong on Twitter while I've not been there, dude. And
Yeah.
I hope you're well. And I appreciate the hell out of you dropping in on this video, dude.
Yeah, man. Yeah, namaste, Alvin. I mean, you know, the guy's Buddhist, right? And we've had many like sending shit back and forth and stuff like that. He knows where I am. He's one of those guys that kind of stays quiet but picks his guys, like I did you, right?
Yeah, dude.
It's like you pick your guys that make sense and you leave the bullshit. And yeah, that's Alvin. Yeah, thanks, man. Shit, that's cool he turned up, dude.
That's
Um,
amazing, man.
but I started. I can't remember. I got to the fourth one. Or it don't really matter, right? I'm going back to watch the rep. I'm going to be going because you said it's like the first 36 or something. Is it? Did you say?
So I want to say we get to like 50 odd,
Oh, is it? Okay.
but then like basically what happened was I was catching back up with edits because they're not in like vlog level. They were like a few weeks, maybe even a month behind
Oh, that's right.
what I
You
was
told me.
shooting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I was always playing catch up. Then basically what happened was I'd got a laptop to like just be able to use decent editing software and handle the load that I was going to put on it. And
Yeah.
you'll see it later on, and this is the funny thing that obviously I'm videoing, but I'm editing behind, and it gets a bit weird. But you'll start seeing what was really happening later when
All right.
you see the issues that I was having with the laptop that I got.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't want to spoil too much, but yeah, basically, dude, I went and bought like an £800 laptop. I think I had it for about 4 weeks and I lost my rage with it because what happened was we just bought this house.
Yeah.
I was here editing. I'd worked my socks off to get to the point where I was just about to start editing the footage from my last holiday previous to Egypt. Yeah.
All
So
right.
that's like
Yeah. Yeah.
4 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
And like again, editing work, editing daily chores, daily life, going on holiday, being in the sun, and I was just looking forward to it. And I at those times I was spending ages on an edit. I could lose up to like 5 hours editing, dude.
Right.
Easy.
Right.
I was completely a beginner when it came to how much content I would actually like capture. So some days I'd have like 3 hours of footage to trawl through because I just didn't know what I was
Wow.
doing. So I was just
Yeah.
recording
Yeah.
everything, dude.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I just record everything, right?
Yeah.
And so then you got to go back through and try to tailor it down. That's why some of those vlogs are like 20 minutes because at that time I've got 3 hours of footage. I'm trying to compile it down to something. And at the time I'm like, oh, 20 minutes ain't bad. You know?
Right. Right. Right.
But that'd
Well,
take,
dude, that's why I just do that.
yeah, dude. It's
Dude.
so gnarly. When I think about it now, it's so gnarly, dude.
Right.
But yeah, long story long, I'd spent absolutely ages making the 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 journey from here to the airport and leaving for the holiday. I'd made this real at the time in my head, it was the best edit I'd ever done until that point. Yeah.
On what one? Sorry.
So it will be it's actually branded Return of the Blog,
Oh, all right. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen
which
that
I
yet, but
want to say is like day 51 or day 52. I could be wrong,
all right.
man. Like
All
it's
right.
been a
Yeah,
while.
but I remember it.
Yeah. But basically, what happened was I was editing that edit. So the edit that you've got on YouTube that you'll be able to see is not even the edit that I had. Right. So
Right.
bear with me here.
Because you've done it, you like chopped it down.
Dude, I'd done this edit. I'd spent loads of time paying loads of attention to. So there's a guy called Frank Chase who is an absolute legend. And he supported me and give me a lot of props in the early days of it when I was struggling, because I was trying to do it and I was just struggling, man, struggling mentally in life, struggling in my day job, struggling in everything. But I wanted to do this. And
Yeah.
so I have to give him a lot of love, man, because the guy is definitely not without his own problems, and that's not taking anything away from him. But as a musician goes, the guy is an absolute star, and I have to give him so much credit for just showing me love in the early days, dude. Because I was
Yeah.
just a random guy, just very much like you messaging me. You know that
Right.
feeling you
Right.
had?
Right.
This
Right.
was me to him, and
Exactly.
he'd allowed me to use some of his music in my vlog, and I was like honored, dude. And
Yeah.
so there's a little bit of pressure anyway, and general life pressure, but I was like I put so much effort into this edit, dude. And I knew at the time, even with this brand spanking new laptop, sometimes it'd be temperamental. But this is working off of my old laptop and old music software as well, dude. Sometimes that'd just drop you out onto the desktop. And
Yeah.
you've been like editing for like however long or making a beat,
Yeah.
and it don't auto save, it just drops you out on the desktop. That's game over. So I used to have a religious, like, you work maybe 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes, you just save. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
work a
Yeah.
bit more and you save. If
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
done something like intricate or chunky, you save it, man, because you don't want to lose that and have to then try to recreate it. And dude, long story long, got it all done, got the edit done. Was so happy, dude. Bearing in mind, this was one of the first times that I'd quit smoking weed as well. And but I'm charged off this edit, dude. I'd saved it. I'm like, right, we're ready to rock and roll. It's got a bit laggy because obviously the cache is built up in the system, and I was like, right, okay. So I'll save it. I'll close the software down. I'll reopen it so I can export it. Dude, I went to export it, and the file just said 0 KB. And I,
No.
and I was like, maybe I've done something wrong here. Bearing in mind, this is like 5 o'clock in the morning, dude. I've been on this, yeah. And also, like, it needs to be up, because even though I'm behind, I
Yeah.
was like, now I'm into that flow of every day uploading. I'm just uploading, and this is how this is going to go, yeah. But I'll have to play catch up at some point. Don't know how that's going to happen, but I'm just gonna slug this out.
Yeah.
And dude, when I see the 0 and the KB, I sort of thought, okay, maybe it's just me. Maybe I've done something. Went back through, tried to find it. Like, went into the program, opened up recent files, opened up the save that I had, and it's just nothing. No
Oh,
footage on the timeline, nothing.
holy
And
shit.
bearing in mind that at that time I was studying Wing Chun,
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
and I punched the laptop
Done.
so gnarly, dude. And even my mate Sean, who's in the group, he'll say it. He was like, I'd never seen a laptop get panned out so bad, dude, because I nearly put the keyboard through the back of it.
Shit, dude. Yeah. Anger, rage comes
Yeah.
from somewhere.
Dude, if you've ever seen Ip Man, have you ever seen the
Yeah.
movie Ip Man?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You know when he's boxing the guy to the ground when he's fighting all of the soldiers?
Yeah.
That was the laptop.
Wow. No shit. Damn.
And dude, that was how we sort of got rid of an £800 laptop in 3 punches.
Yeah. I would. I don't think I would have punched it. I think it would have all of a sudden not been in front of me.
Yeah, dude, you know that one. You know that one. And it was just one of those things where I was like, I didn't know whether to cry, rip my hair out, punch
Yeah,
myself
man.
in the face, or just kill the
Yeah.
laptop. So the laptop died.
Yeah.
And it was a complete maggot move. It was like, not, you just got to say to yourself, okay, let's start again.
Yeah. There's
Um,
nothing else you can do. It don't bring the freaking thing back, but you just cost yourself a chunk of change.
Yeah, dude. And I tell you what, like obviously I was a little bit bitter, a little bit twisted, and a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
I tell you one thing though, dude. So the next coming days, I think I had a couple of days where like I vlogged, but I wasn't really vlogging because I was a little bit hurt, but I was still
You
vlogging my
think?
hurts. And obviously I went to my mate Sean, who's kind of a bit of a whiz with like just computers and stuff. And I was like, dude, can we at least get the data off the hard drive, or can we repair this?
No way,
And it was
dude.
like, no, it's not gonna happen, dude.
Done. Yeah, no.
And I've got to give him some props as well. Because I tell you one thing, dude, I don't think I'll be honest, man. I don't think I'd be sat here having a conversation with you today, dude, if it wasn't for the legendary fucking Sean McRobert, dude.
Yeah.
The guy that he's in the group, and we worked closely together. It was like me and him versus the world, dude. And he saved my bacon a few times when I was going to do like a full Mark moment. And bless him, he had to put up with me, man. Just like Dave, he had to put up with me.
You like
But
Dave?
worst, dude, worst of all, in like 4 of the worst years, I think. Well, of my most angriest years. And it was really funny because yeah, dude, bless him. He's an absolute legend.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things though, dude, like the sudden realization of what I'd done really drove home just how important the vlog was for me.
Right. Because there's a reality to that, right?
Yeah.
It's, you didn't see the reality of not being able to fix the issue because it's done. There's nothing you can do about it. It's done, right? What you did really cost you a whole bunch of change, and you still ain't got your file. It's gone, right?
No, dude.
And it's that point to where it's that switch on, right? What I've talked about before, like that awareness, that giving that little bit of a breath, giving that gap, and letting that mind, taking some breath and letting that mind just come down to where you're able to freaking direct it in a positive manner. Right? Otherwise, we go half cocked, and then you're sitting there and you're like, now you're even in more freaking shit. Now you ain't got a computer. Now
The
you can't
gnarliest
vlog.
thing is, it took me probably like, I don't know, 6 months to sort out another laptop. Because I then went, again, discussing it with Sean, he was like, look, man, if you're going to be doing video editing, if you're going to go in on this hard, then you might as well go and buy it. Like, again, bless him, go and buy a desktop because you can go and buy the most powerful PC, right? Why do you want a laptop, Mark? Just go and get a massive desktop that's just will eat editing all day long. And I'm like, but I need it to be remote so that I can edit every day if I'm ever away.
Right.
And he's like, that's fine, but it's going to cost you, dude. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Man, it was one of those things where I was like, I think I dropped about 1,500. I think it was. It might have even been more on the laptop in the end.
That's just over what, $2,000 in dollars, roughly.
Yeah, something like that.
Roughly.
Yeah, just getting up close to. Probably like, I don't know. Anyway, and it was crazy because obviously, you're 800 quid down for a laptop that you panned. But I'd already like done it to myself and that was just another one of those moments where you're like, dude, buy cheap, buy twice.
Yeah, right. It's like my mate always says, who's the freaking mechanically minded guy. He'll always say, measure twice, cut once. Right? He's always like, measure twice, cut the once. But anyway, let me read some bits because there's some bits. There's a bunch of bits coming up here, man. So bear with me. Alvin, you're welcome to both of you. Dan, stepping away for dinner with the fam. Be back in a bit. We'll still be here.
We'll still be here.
Because I want to talk. I want to wait for him because I want to talk music, and I know he's. We're not talking music yet, by the way. Billy, it's okay, Gwen. We all have our hoarding. The hard part is getting rid of it. The vinyl, where are we? The vinyl hurt to get rid of half of it. I still have some. And he's got a NASCAR collection of toys.
Yeah, dude, he's got some really collectible stuff. I'm already saying, dude, it was a joke for ages, but I'm either gonna have my vinyl collection cast into my urn or whatever it is I'm getting. Like, if I'm gonna get buried at sea like a Viking, I reckon I'm either gonna be put on a raft of vinyl or just put in the Gulf and floated out, dude. I don't know, man.
It's gonna be the Gulf.
Yeah,
You're gonna be like what
that's
they
all
do.
coming
You're
with
gonna
me,
be
dude.
like what they do in India. We're gonna put you on top of the fucking top of the Gulf, have the Gulf float off and burn like a Viking.
Yeah, dude.
Right?
Well, you see, the only other way that I can do it is if I start getting like Pharaoh on it, and I need to get like a pyramid built so I can have all my stuff put in there.
Right? Yeah, all your shit. It'll be full of those freaking hard drives.
Hard drives, GI Joe, dude.
But anyway, here we go. Chill. Hang on, let me tap it. Chill. Dude, I'm at my mum's. It's weird walking a few steps to pee. 56,000 pence, because I was saying, how much is that in dollars? 56,000 pence, he said.
Yeah.
Buy cheap, buy twice. So Chill just said it. Buy cheap,
Yeah,
buy
dude.
twice. Was that? I can't read that. There's a bit there and I can't read it. Can I read it on here?
Buy cheap, buy twice. That's how I pick my women.
The last bit is under the damn heart on the damn screen. I couldn't see it. But anyway, I want to get back to this. Right. So looking at those first videos, those first three videos, dude, you know, I was starting to write notes and shit. And I thought, okay, write things down that this is representing. Right. I would do this with clients.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Like, you know, grab yourself a sheet of paper. What does that represent to you? Right. So, but I did it to myself. Right. So, because I was like, wow, this is so mental health orientated. It's absolutely ridiculous that people are going to miss it. That's where I went. So I honestly believe, dude, that we need to re-push that. Right? It's part of who you are now. It's part of that journey. It's what made you where you are now. Right?
Yeah, dude.
But what I wrote down with those first three that I saw, right? I wrote down powerful, raw, vulnerable, strength, courage, determination, passion. And there's probably way more than that I could come up with. But that was like because I thought, right, what am I seeing here? What is this representing? Not the message, not like what you were saying and all that, which was absolutely banging, by the way. I mean, it's the way you're talking, I can see a man that's broken, that's trying to work his way out. Looking for something, looking for a tool, looking for that answer, that bit. And you found it with what you were doing, and it shows, right? And that just rattled around in my head. Like, my God, this guy is, you're in a really fragile state. You're in a position where you're finding something that makes sense to you, and the strength and the passion that comes behind that is what pushes you through the parts of that, right? And then there's other bits I'm going to go into that came up in the videos. But one thing that stood out, which I was doing this, right, was the house was different. Right? I'm like, oh, I didn't know he had another house. I didn't until you said it tonight, of course, right? But I had no idea. I thought you always lived in that gaff, right? Dude. So I'm like, the bleeding house is different. So tell me about the house, please. Because I'm like, where is it? Where is he? Well, I'm like, I don't recognise any of this shit. When you started walking around, because I'm thinking the house you're in, I'm like, that ain't his
Yeah,
staircase.
dude.
That ain't the room he goes. Because you have a picture, right? A pattern. I've been
Yeah, dude.
watching you since you've been in where you're at. So I'm like, okay, tell me about the house, man.
So that was the first. That was a rental. Um, that was a rented place that it was the first place that me and Andrew ever moved into together. That was the first place I'd ever moved into as like
Wow.
as a you know try to grow up, dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was good. It was a good vibe. The worst thing, like most things of trying to get your independence, is the price that you pay.
Right.
You know,
Right.
uh,
Right.
and obviously the other thing is I'm kind of fortunate, and you would have heard me speak about it in the vlogs, that I don't know what you want to call it, the family home, the like. Some days I call it my mum's house. Sometimes I call it my uncle's house. It's the family home, man. Basically, long
Mhm.
story short, it was. So I didn't always live in Aylesbury. I was born and raised in High Wycombe,
Oh, no
and
shit. All right. I
yeah,
didn't know
dude.
that either.
Oh man, that's even in the documentary, dude.
Is it really?
Yeah,
In
dude.
the High
Yeah,
Wycombe
that's
bit?
like yeah, man. Right in the opening bit. Born and raised in High Wycombe, baby. You got to add that, man.
Really? I don't
Yeah,
know. I
dude.
didn't even hear it.
Okay. Again, it's probably because the music's still playing and there's photos, dude, and the photos are pretty
Yeah,
gnarly.
hang on. Now you're saying the one you made. I'm thinking fucking way back there. You're talking about the one that you made since I've known you, right?
Yeah, dude. That one.
Okay. Yeah, I do. Yes, yes, I do remember you
But yeah,
saying at the
man. So
beginning.
like,
Yes, yes.
we moved. Obviously, lived with grandparents, raised by grandparents. Um, and we moved out into Aylesbury in like 1996, and yeah, dude, like that. We had a family house just across the way, sort of in the local area that I'm still at now.
Mm.
Um, and after my grandparents died, that kind of got left to my uncle. But there's no kind of, it got left to my uncle. There's like a really gnarly story about that because, dude, if you ask my family, even to this day, they thought I was left on the will along with my
Oh,
uncle to have joint ownership of that.
oh, wow.
Um, and like it was one of those things. I got like 5 years to contest the will, and I don't know why at the time, but I just never felt like I needed to.
Uh huh.
Um, Long story short, everybody was in the family were under the idea that I was going to be left on the deeds to be able. So my uncle couldn't sell without me agreeing. I couldn't sell without my uncle agreeing. We always
Right,
had a roof
right.
over our head, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, dude, like unfortunately, sad to say, cancer has a vicious way of taking people before you get all those little bits tied up. And
Yeah,
as
man.
much as it had been vocally talked about, it was never actually put down in hard paper, dude. And
Right. Damn.
I think even to this day, a few people are like, I can't believe that didn't happen. You know, I can't believe you didn't have any tie to that. And
Yeah.
long story short, again, man, dude, one of those things where I'm kind of glad that I'm not, if that makes sense.
Well, it would have caused you more suffering, if anything else. Right.
Yeah. Uh, there's a whole nother documentary to be made about the
Yeah,
drama that is that house, dude.
when you got situations like that, and you got, even if it's like close friends, right? It's even worse when it's family because something happens, and now you got to start talking the
Yeah, dude.
legality shit, right? And then
Yeah, dude.
you get one person get a bit pissed off because they did more than you, and you ain't been there, and oh, for fuck's
Dude,
sake.
there was one thing because I like worshipped the ground that my granddad walked on, man. He was an
Yeah.
absolute goddamn legend, dude. And kind of gutted that I never had any footage. I got photos, but I've never actually. If I had video of that guy, He was an absolute star.
Yeah.
But the two things that I got, basically the three things that I got left in the will was the contents of the shed. So all of the tools, everything that I needed to take over the world, dude.
Wow.
All of the fishing gear, which again come under the contents of the shed.
Yeah.
And I was really disappointed. So back in the day, here's a little side Grom fact, dude. Back in the late 90s, my dad had a 2-liter, just a GL, but a 2-liter red Sierra, Ford Sierra.
Wow. Jeez. What year
Dude,
was
I
that?
love
What year?
huh?
What year was it?
F-Reg, dude. So like 88.
Yeah, it's like 80s, right? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Unfortunate, like it was the 5-door, like the 5-door hatch. Yeah. So it still looked good, but it weren't the 2-door. If it had been the 2-door cosy shape,
That's boner vision right there, isn't it?
dude. So I was fortunate enough for my first ever really like off-road, like in a field lessons like you get. Yeah.
Yeah.
2-liter Sierra, baby. Oh yeah. And I'll tell you what, like, there's a standing joke in the family that, dude, my granddad was taught to drive in the forces. In the time that I was alive, he'd never had an accident, not a near scrape, not even just a moment where you're like, oh, there was a post behind the car that you couldn't see.
Yeah, you dinged. Yeah.
In the latter part of his life, and it weren't for the fact that the guy, like, dude, that guy had his marbles about him till the very last moment. Yeah. And I tell you one thing, my love of speed, but like speed in the right way, not like overcooked, but controlled, fast, and out of the way of people, and with nobody else in the car, mind you.
Are you more rally or Formula One?
I'm more racetrack minded, but not Formula One, because that's a load of rubbish, dude. Unless we're talking 80s.
Yeah, I'm like, dude. I used to watch rally driving when I was a kid. I don't know if they call it the same thing in the US. I don't know if anybody. I'll explain what it is, guys. And it's
World Rally Cross. You'll know the score.
Is it the same? I think it's the
same.
same.
But
right?
not to be confused with like Jim Carner or anything like that, dude.
Who's Jim Carner? I don't even know what that is.
Don't worry about it. That's the story.
I don't worry about it.
But yeah, dude. Long story short, my granddad.
Sorry. Go on.
I was going to say my granddad accidentally wrote the Sierra off, so I never got it left to me.
No way.
And it was like one of those things where you're like,
yeah.
Did you do that on purpose? Because otherwise, I'd have been left the Sierra.
No,
instead, I ended up getting left with a 1.6 Escort because he had to replace the Sierra. However, I did sell that Escort, and that's what got me the Golf.
Wow. Okay. Damn. Unbelievable. What a story just around cars.
Complete tangent, dude. But I think that's the reason why I'm so sentimentally attached to that goddamn Golf.
So what happened? So go back to your first house, man, because I was very confused.
Sorry, I went off on a real bad tangent.
No, you're good. That's why I got it written down, man. You told me to do this.
The first house, man. The first time of getting out and having to pay bills, and obviously, like, see if me and Andrea could. Well, let's see if Andrea could suffer me without strangling me or suffocating me in my sleep.
Right, guys, living together. Yeah, shit.
And dude, yeah, man, it was just one of those things. I had no other option. Like, if me and Andrea were going to make it work, we needed to, like, move in, dude.
Was you dating? How long was you dating her before then? Before you made the choice to go and move in together like that in a gaff? Not
long, dude. Because again, I could tell you another funny story. Me and my ex were together for 13 years. And we were together for a long time. When we split up, I had no other better option so we both lived at her mum's house because we started dating when we were like 16, dude.
Wow, shit.
Yeah. when we kind of come to an idea that there was going to be an amicable breakup, we just grown apart, dude. She wanted different things to what I did, and because I didn't really have a great relationship with more so my uncle or my mum, if I'm honest, like as in the level of being able to go live with. You know, I lived with my uncle for a while, but we were just clatting heads, dude. So my ex-girlfriend's mum was more than happy for me to like move in and live with those guys. When me and my ex split up, I ended up still staying at my ex's mum's house for over 12 months.
No shit.
Yeah, dude.
With your ex around?
No, she moved out.
She wasn't coming back. This was her old girl, wasn't it?
Yeah, dude. Well, she was coming back and visiting, but it was a case of it's easier for me to move out and go and live with a friend.
Wasn't it uncomfortable for you when she would turn up?
Dude, it was weird as hell, man.
Yeah, right.
Even made more gnarlier by the point that obviously once I'd met Andrea,
Holy
that
shit!
like now you're dating a new girl, but still living at your ex-girlfriend's mum's house.
Right? Yeah, it's very strange.
That one, dude.
Yeah. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah. So it was a case of, do you know what? Like, if we want this to work, like I've got to move out. I ain't got no money, but we got to figure this one out real quick.
For sure. And
yeah, it took me like best part of 12 months to get the money together to be able to like join up with a deposit and find a place that was actually affordable. And we finally done it. And then we were there for like, I think we were there for like a few years, 4 years or something. And then it was like, again, Andrea pushing me to better myself with like, dude, why are we spending X amount of money on rent when we can actually spend less but get a mortgage?
You're right. It's just that, you know what? It's that way now. You know, you're better off. I've got a client, man, and she's just, you know, she's just gone out on her own, and young 20s, you know, but shit, man, you know, there's that again. It's letting go of the row. It's pushing away from the row and not worrying about the safety net. You don't grow with a safety net. No. Right? It's the way it's learning. If you trip up, you fucking get up, dust yourself off, and go like, okay, well, how do I do it better next time? Right? It's the only way you learn. Push away from the rail, man.
And you'll see it in those vlogs as you're watching, because the most craziest thing is obviously like in the mindset that I was in there as well, where I'm just struggling, man. I'm struggling with like responsibility. I'm struggling with trying to grow up, even though I'm trying to move forward and all of that stuff. So to then go and I'll tell you one thing, like, dude, I struggle with debt. Like, I can't handle it. I don't want it. I never have done.
Yeah.
Like, if you loan me like £5, my only goal in life is to give you that £5 back as quickly as I can.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
The difference being is I don't want to borrow that money in the first place.
Me neither. Yeah, I know. I can totally get it. Yeah.
Like there's just not enough. Like, there ain't enough Bovril in the world, mate. There ain't enough. Like,
you know what,
there's just not enough Horlicks, mate, to make me sleep if I owe someone £1.
It comes down to as well. I've talked to my therapist about this, and growing up in the town that I was in, right. And I don't know if this is a freaking UK thing or what, but we was always like, don't have anybody in your pocket. Right, or don't be in someone else's pocket, I should say.
I think that's an old school way, dude.
It's just but that message rings loud and clear, you know, when you're growing up, and it doesn't. And what you do is you end up doing what we do, and it might be down just to the other person just wanting to be a really nice person and help you out, right? But when you have this, and that's where I had to start shifting myself, because I was that. Don't be in someone else's pocket. My freaking wife and kids, Dad, we got to do something. You can't be in someone's pocket. No. What, my wife's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you're in someone's pocket. They're gonna do this, and they're gonna call on you. You don't want that. right?
Not having
But,
it.
but it turns out that this person's probably doing something out of the kindness of their heart, completely legit.
That elevating you, dude.
Which they want to pick you up, right, and support whatever it is, or give you something, or whatever. But we have our own thinking of, oh, they want us in their pocket,
Yeah, dude.
right?
Well,
And it's
there's a sweet
because of those
irony in that.
programs. Huh?
There's a sweet irony in what you're saying there, because the really funny thing is, like, I don't want to be owing anybody. I don't like that, man. Even if it's my bestest friend, right? The cold harsh reality is, like, with like the t-shirts and stuff, and Dave has been like, he's like, I don't get you, Mark, you're mental. Because I'll give t-shirts away for free, because I just want people to have them and be stoked up,
like that.
because like, the way I see it is, I hate that nothing in life comes for free. I remember somebody having a conversation with me a few years ago now, where it was like, even the smallest friendship is always made off the expectation of, what can they do for me?
Yeah,
Even if it's just,
that's when you got to be aware of that.
even if it's just the extent of, you feel lonely, and then therefore in an environment you make friends with a companion, workplace, or whatever it is, it's because you want something from that individual. If we break
Of
that
course.
down really raw.
Yeah, of course. That's what grief is. You lose something.
Yeah, and it's gnarly, man, because you're like, and when he said this to me, I was like, I can't handle it, can I? I'm like, no, dude, like, that's not how I operate. I don't befriend people for how far they can get me, or what they can do for me, or how they can help me.
Right.
It was like, oh no, actually, like, yeah, if we're really honest and we really break this down, that you're like, even if it is just to not feel alone, you're still like you're still taking something from that.
But there's reasons why we like people. There's reasons why we're around people. Otherwise, we wouldn't be that, right? And we're sharing something, right? Everybody's sharing something. Otherwise, why would you be around them, right? There's something, right? Even if it's love or support or caring, or,
and this
but
is
we
why
go the other way.
I went on a mission then after that, to be like, no, this whole like nothing in life comes for free. I was like, I'm not having it, dude. Like, I want to be, if on my gravestone it reads, he broke that thought, you're like, yeah, I've made it, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely made it.
But there's something my therapist told me, right? Because I used to have a problem. I used to do it when I started guiding people. I did it voluntary, didn't get paid, right?
Yeah, dude.
And when my therapist said, "All right, you got to start getting paid now. You're starting to, your business is going, right?" And I'm like, "No, no." And she's like, "No, listen, you're taking away a value for somebody." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She said, "You're denying them the privilege of the feeling they get of worth by paying you something." And it wasn't until I turned it around and thought about it that way that I didn't have a problem getting paid.
Yeah, that's gnarly,
Because
dude.
I put myself in the other person's shoes, because I know how I feel when I do it.
If you're not paying your way.
You gotta, it's, if someone does, if out of kindness of my heart, I just want to, if someone says, "Oh, give me a donation," you don't have to. I would, because for me, that is showing my appreciation for somebody. Now, I never used to think like this. I used to think exactly the opposite to this, right? But it's my appreciation of me saying, "Thanks, I really appreciate you. I really do. Here's a gift," right? Whatever it may be, money normally, right? But for us to deny somebody that doing that to us, we're denying their worth.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Which is mental, isn't it?
Well, you're hurting somebody.
Yeah.
Right? That's why
Even
people
though,
go, no, come on. Because they want to feel good about it. Right?
yeah.
So by us, out of the kindness of our heart, going, "No, it's all right. No, it's good. No, you don't have to." You're taking their worth away. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm with you, dude.
So that's how I started to look at it, because I thought exactly the same as you. And it wasn't until I sat in front of my therapist and she started freaking laying out, and I'm like, That makes complete sense,
Yeah,
right?
dude.
She said she has a person, I don't know if she's still got them, but she had a person that was living out of a car, right? Literally living out of a car, right? And the person wanted therapy, right? And my therapist charged her $10. Now my therapist ain't cheap,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Thank God for freaking health insurance, because I do get it on. I do get a nice chunk of change off, right? So thank God, I'm very very lucky there, right? But my therapist ain't freaking cheap, right? And she did it for her to say, okay, give me $10. Not because she felt freaking terrible for the woman, because she did. She's living out of her car, this lady, right? But to give that woman worth.
Yeah.
Because even though she said, even though she was living out of her car, she would find that $10. She had no money hardly. She said she would find that $10 and turn up every session with that $10 and pay. And that gives that lady that bit of self-freaking worth, man. She's living out of a car. She's actually able to pay for her own mental health. Thank God that a woman, right?
Yeah.
For in a way of a $10 like donation. And it makes that lady feel worth.
Yeah.
Who are we to take that away?
That's a solid, dude.
By our own selfish reasons.
Yeah.
Right? So it shifted my mind with that completely. It completely shifted. I don't have a problem. Sometimes I'll have someone, I've had clients that I've had for a bit, right? And they'll be like, Steve, I really ain't. And I'm like, don't worry about it, jump on. Right? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, get on. Right? And it's not like they make a freaking habit of it. Anyway, you're going to get some. I've never had it, but you will get people like that in life that,
Yeah, dude.
you know, they're going to take advantage of your generosity. Yeah. But I do that because that gives me worth. I may be giving them something and they're very appreciative of it, right? But when I say to somebody that I've been working with for a while and then all like that, all of a sudden they're like, oh shit, man, I ain't got the, I'll be like, jump on, don't worry about it, I've got you. Gives me an overwhelming feeling of worth.
Yeah, dude.
Like a presence with that person. It's a connect. It's an energy. Right? Who am I to deny someone that? Who am I to deny myself that? Right? So it really helps you think in a different way. Right? No one's writing up, so it's gone a bit quiet in the old box.
Yeah, dude. I think they're just intent. Like, because it's crazy. There's 8 people in here, so
yeah, I know.
appreciate
Right?
you guys and girls tuning in, man. Thank you.
So
Thank you for supporting the Cockney Buddha and
yeah, really.
listening
And
to
old
me
Grom.
waffle.
No, listen, dude, this is awesome, man. I'm freaking enjoying the shit out of it. I really am.
Good.
I'm probably gonna have to take a piss in a minute, but everything's good.
No worry, man. We could just take a little break and still. I'll just hold the phone down while you're gone, dude.
Hey, Chill saying, yeah. Do you want to chat? Chat a minute in here. I've got to take a leak, dude, because I'm about to get into some heavier shit,
All right,
and
yeah, nice.
I don't want to be in the middle. Go, hang on a minute, mate. I've got to take a freaking leak, so I'm going to go and take a leak.
Who would have thought it, eh? This is like a live takeover from the Grom. You should have been plumbed in. Yeah, dude. I reckon there's like contraptions that there should have been designed for. I bet there's people that do live streaming that live stream for, I don't know, 72 hours or whatever, that probably do have some contraptions, my friend. Who goddamn knows? So, guys and girls, this is a prime time for me to just stress. If you haven't already, drop out of the live chats, hit the like button, make sure that you've hit the subscribe button on this channel, and also go into the little extra bit where it says notifications and click all so that you can be aware of all of the posts, all of the information, videos, shorts, lives that are coming from this channel, because the Cockney Buddha just deserves so much love, and it's epic to have you guys and girls here giving him so much love this evening. Don't forget, if you're watching on like on a mobile app, there's like a little drop down menu on the side. and then you can blow up hearts and like little confetti streamers and just all of that sort of stuff. As much as I hate saying about it or asking about stuff, it's those sort of things that the amazing machine that is the YouTube algorithm picks up and then pushes the video out. What's this? Garden hose to a milk bottle. Don't even need that, dude. If you ever watch the old gravy videos, let's just say it on the live, man versus piss, dude. You just need a travel mug. That's all you ever need. Oh yeah. But it just depends on how brave you are, as if you can throw it out the window and not get it blow back in your face.
All right, I'm back,
dude.
Matey, I can't piss like a racehorse anymore. I piss like a gnat.
Oh, you've got to that age where you're like, you've got to wait for a little while.
Man. Yeah, shit, man. You're like fucking.
Don't worry about it.
You know, you're in your 20s and you go in and like fucking like 15 seconds, boom, you're done there. I'm gonna like.
Now it's like.
Yeah, look at yourself in the mirror.
Blowing up the curtain or any t-shirt, man. I should have got the picture a bit better.
Oh, that is killer, man. I love it. Yeah, man. Anyway, back to the list. Is this good? Is everybody good? Yeah, everybody's good.
Right, you hold that down while I go and do the same.
All right, yeah, you'll be quicker than me. Pack some kitty litter in your trousers. Have I missed something? God knows into milk jug attack shit. So yeah, Peter, zip zap. Yeah, I know. You know what's funny? I actually thought, shit, if I had like, I don't know, like a freaking tube or something. Because I was sitting there and I've been holding it for so long. And when you turn into old man syndrome and you got you sitting on it, it takes even bloody longer. All good. It's all good. Shit. How's everybody doing? I can see there's like 8 people in here, but I hope everybody's enjoying the content. We're about to get into some other stuff here. But I hope everybody's good. Yeah, I wonder I don't know anything about analytics. I know you said about analytics, Chill, and I don't know much about that side of it. So it'd be interesting.
You can get tablets for that sort of thing, mate.
What, analytics? Yeah, I need tablets for analytics. Does that make me think about it better? Because I'll tell you what. Everybody's good, yeah? Is everybody still in here? Now it's saying 7 people.
Nice. Look, the way I see it, right, is if people have stayed this far, they're automatically awesome people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know how you feel about this, Mr. Buddha, but I'm gonna have to go and have a fag, mate, because I'm a dirty old smoker.
All right, take the freaking phone with you, mate.
It's going to happen, but I just don't want to, like, obviously, if you know.
It's all good, mate.
It comes with a warning, you know. It's not clever. It's not healthy. Smoking harms you. You know, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Don't smoke, kids.
Why you put your jacket on so you don't die from hypothermia? Is that what that is?
Do you know what's really gnarly? It's got kind of cloudy in the last couple of days, so the temperature's just raised a little bit.
Oh, has it gone up?
Just a little bit. Like,
because I know the weather's meant to change tomorrow, right? Isn't it getting better tomorrow?
Oh, dude, I don't know, bro. All I do know is that it's not as warm as Egypt is.
No, really. Yeah. I mean, crikey, it's not as warm as here either. Let me tell you, shit, man. We had some cold weather, and then it just warmed up today. Got a bit warmer. But anyway, are you ready to move on, or are you good?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go smoke a ciggy, but I'm just gonna say, because I'm gonna take you with me, aren't I? Hey. Currently, the air temperature in my house is 21 degrees.
21? What's that? I don't even know what that is.
Oh, I don't know. Chill will tell us. It's about 482 degrees Celsius, I think.
It's
or
what? Sorry,
Fahrenheit.
what is it? Oh yeah, he comes
Cam
up.
always gives me shit, doesn't he? Because he's always like, it's like 400,000 degrees or something.
You know what? You know what's crazy though, man. You know, let's talk about this for a little bit and then we get back into the serious thing when you're sitting down. You know, when it comes, what did you just say? 835 degrees. The weather? That's it. When it comes to the weather, I'm like out of touch with that because I've lived here so long, right? And the one thing I really, really don't know at all is the freaking metrics because I left before that came in,
Yeah,
right?
only
I
weird
left,
people use metrics, mate.
I'm talking about the what do you call me? I've got it wrong. Have I got it wrong?
No. That
Centimeters and all that, right? Yards and all that. I don't
oh
use.
well,
I don't know
yeah.
any of that.
Well, inches, feet, and
Feet and
yards
inches
is
here. That's what I
yeah,
know because it used to be that in England, right? Feet and pounds and feet and inches and all that, right? When I lived there, that changed when I moved here.
yeah.
So
My
when I went back, I'm like, and I have people talking to me, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's 3 kilometers," and I'm like, "I ain't got a freaking clue. Can you talk to me in a language I'm understanding, please?"
yeah, dude. My mathematics came from the street, dude. It was all about like tenths, eighths, half ounces.
The dropping speed of a bullet. Um, how long does it take a shotgun blast to get to me from 5 feet? That's my town.
Yeah. How do we
Um,
scale a 6-foot fence
yeah,
quickly?
I tell you what, dude. I'm not even kidding, man. In my town, I thank freaking shit I knew where I was in my town with some of the chases that I've had, and you know that when you jump this freaking wall, there's land on the other side of it. How many people have gone, oh shit, 12 foot.
Yeah, dude.
Right?
Like, so I can only imagine that, like, you're definitely part of the knock and bolt era.
Knock
I
and
don't know if
bolt.
you,
Oh
yeah, I
yeah,
don't know
knock
if
down
you
ginger. Yeah.
knock on a door and run away.
Yeah, we called it knock down ginger.
Right, okay.
Leg it. Yeah, we used to go. There's a block of flats up the back of mine. They're still there, obviously. But where my mum lived, I was born in my mum's gaff. Right. She's always rented, dude. She's been renting for 50 odd years. Never had her own gaff. Right. And where I was brought up, there's a 22-story block of flats, or it might be 23. I don't know. 20, right? Huge. I lived in the fucking concrete jungle, man. It was all concrete, right? And we used to go up to the top of that in the elevator, right? And then knock on someone's door at the top, and then start running down we wouldn't take the elevator. We'd start running down the stairs, and we might run out on another one, bang on the door, and freaking we're all giggly. By the time we got down to the freaking bottom of them stairs, dude, we knew we'd done it. All the way 20 odd floors up, man, down the
Dude,
stairs.
do you know how mental, like you
Posting
saying
not.
about that?
Yeah.
Good times, man. I'm almost thinking like the kids of today. Do you reckon they do that online?
Tap someone up and say they're going to freaking get, and then not turn up. I should have done that to you. If we would have talked about that, you would have been here on your fucking own, and then I would have just turned up.
See,
Call you in and then fuck off.
the only other thing you got me thinking is if we get this rolling with a Friday night and I can get somebody on a phone live, yeah, we might have to get them to do a knock and bolt in their area.
I'll tell you what would be funny, mate, if you could get someone on freaking live and do prank phone calls to people, and video it. Oh my good God, that would be freaking hilarious.
Yeah, I'm down.
have old freaking Cam doing King Chuck down a phone to somebody. Brilliant. That would be absolutely awesome. Get someone up, some fucking knob end up in Kensington or Knightsbridge, and there's Cam going, hello, King Chuck.
Oh, King Chuck. I do. For the people that aren't familiar with the legendary King Chuck, I'm hoping he's going to make some appearances in the Friday Night Lives. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? If there's anybody, if there's anybody in this group that isn't following each other, follow each other. Because
basically.
it's a community of people we want to build
Okay,
this.
let's do this. Let's do this on your live, right? For everybody that's watching here now, if you've heard both Steve and probably myself mention the group, if you aren't currently in the group and you want to be part of the group, tap one of us up on the comments below. And it basically, if you use WhatsApp, it's a WhatsApp group. If you're watching this live right now, man, you're more than welcome to join the group.
Radman ain't in there, is he?
No, dude, and he should be.
Yeah,
so
man.
Again, hit us up in the comments. Just say, I want to be in the group. I want to be in the Coop squad.
You might want to hit Gron up, because I'm like, now what do I do?
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. We'll figure it out, man. But again, either hit me up in the vlog, hit us up in the comments on this video, and we'll figure it out, man. Because obviously with the WhatsApp thing, it's the mobile phone game, and it's like the mobile number thing.
Right.
Or we can do it, I think, via other social media platforms like Insta. I can send you a link, and then you can get into the group that way. But yeah, dude, I think it's about time we bring some more people in, dude.
Right. I want to start it off right from the beginning. You know what I mean? That's why I did the meditation right at the beginning. I didn't do it last night because I was buzzing so fucking much. I was like, my fucking lip. I've seen my lips doing this.
Well, dude, that breathing that you did, I really enjoyed that. I was sat doing it while I was editing, and that was a vibe, dude.
Good. If we do this right, this is to everybody in the group. This is a community we're wanting to build. That's why I said last night with people that were coming in the group, let's keep this a supporting everybody together, everybody fucking helping each other out. If you've got any questions, bang it in the freaking group. You want to keep it into a group where it's not the rest of the masses. Otherwise, it's not worth having the group. Right. Yeah. You want to, there's certain things you want to keep within that community, because then that's our community that we're building. That's our thing, right? Is us pick. What happened? I don't
know, but I thought I was just going to steal your live, man.
I don't know what happened there. That was weird. But the whole process of this is just starting. Right. And Chill's doing it now. Dan, again, he's one of those guys that doesn't realise. I've had conversations with Dan on the, privately through WhatsApp and shit. And he's another one of those guys that doesn't realise the fucking strengths he has. Right.
Dude, Dan doesn't know it, but if he's watching right now, Dan is coming on. Dan doesn't really know it yet, but he's coming on a goddamn Friday Night Live.
Good. I want to know more. I want to know more about him. And that's, because it's there's people in this group that they come up and they talk, but then they kind of sit back a bit. Dan's one of them. He's kind of sick. I have got mates like that in England. They like stand there in a conversation and then they'll throw in a couple of 2 cents worth that absolutely kill you laughing. But they just stand there, right? Talk just right.
Dan is actually a genius.
Yeah, I tell you, there is. What's that? Sorry, dude. I'm a true technophobe. Yeah, me too, man. Hey, listen. Seriously, if this Radman, listen to me. If this isn't a freaking lesson for you, that what I'm doing here, I fear. When I went to my first therapy, when I started my therapy, right, and I'd been in it a little bit, before I got this message from my therapist. And she said, I was the worst case of anxiety and depression she's ever seen. Right? Straight up. Right? And I am the freaking living proof that you can do something with this to get yourself somewhere. I'm it. Right? This is no bullshit. If everybody had known me, the old me, where I was, if you would have said to me, go live, Steve, on your phone, I would have probably lost my phone. right, to not do it, right? So I just want to say, listen, you can ask everybody in the group, when it comes to technical shit, forget about it,
Yeah, dude.
right? Right, Grom, you know, right? I'm like,
You're making leaps and bounds, bro.
that's what I'm saying, dude. You know, Radman just came up and said, sorry, dude, I'm a technophobe. It don't freaking matter. Just start doing. Listen, you say the yes and then figure out the rest.
Yeah, dude.
Right? I used to say no and kick myself for it. If you say
I'll
yes,
tell you one thing.
figure the rest out.
I'm just gonna like jump off on a tangent, like a little story. So Radman, I met for the first time and would never have met the dude if it hasn't been for Ben Gravy.
Oh no shit.
So
Oh, was it
I
the wave pool?
Yeah, I met Radman at the wave pool. Jesus, a year ago? I think it's been a year. I think it was like a year ago, dude, that Gravy was over here doing his London stint of his little world tour. And he'd gone and surfed Cornwall, he'd gone and surfed Snowdonia, and then came back down to Bristol to surf the wave. And so a load of people descended on the wave pool, obviously, that are Gravy fans. And yeah, dude. And it just a little like sidetracked message to him specifically. That I never really got to say, and I've never really brought it up in the vlog either. Dude, I appreciate the hell out of you for just kind of like being such a humble human and just being like really accepting and showing me so much love on a day where, in all fairness, dude, I just turned up randomly to a wave pool just to meet up with Gravy. And yeah, dude, like you and like the channel rats just, I don't know, man, just made me feel real welcome, dude. So I appreciate the hell out of that, bro.
Now look, this is what I mean. Now he's in here, right? It's
Dude.
grabbing, pulling in. It's pushing, it's pulling those people in around you that are the jigsaw pieces of where you're going.
Dude.
Right.
Well, he's just one hell of a dude as well. He's like, I reckon he's going to be one of those dark horses, dude. Where as much as he says he's a technophobe, like, you like again, you want to see the guy surf, dude. And I reckon, like, even for like chill adventures and stuff, like, Radman's a legend, dude.
I pulled up a video of his. He sent. I don't know if he sent me it or whether I saw it. It was more of a. It was like a short. I don't know. It might have been a short. I can't remember because it was a short video. And I didn't realise what was actually going on until it came into the frame. Oh, and by the way, Radman, I don't know if this is a mate of yours. The only bit I can remember of his freaking YouTube name was Guru. There was a bit in Guru.
Yeah, dude.
Right.
So that's another one of the guys out of like the little crew that is the channel rats.
Okay.
They all live on the Isle of Wight, dude.
He just Isle of Wight, dude. Isle of Wight, dude. Yeah, off the freaking coast. Yeah. Dude. The one the Germans didn't get. Yeah.
Dude. And also there's another member of the group that is a YouTuber, goes by the name of Dave Graham, or the middle-aged Grom.
I've heard that, Dave Graham. Where have I heard that? I've heard that name.
Again, on YouTube, like it would have probably come up as a recommended, man. If you're like, it's weird how that algorithm works, and it kind of, I know that Dave Graham follows a lot of what Joe does, so Scramble Joe, and vice versa, and like it's really weird how again there's almost like there's a community that builds that doesn't even know that they're part of a community,
right? And you know what? You know what's crazy is I've only just started thinking about this myself. As far as you don't realize, you take for granted how you've met these people, and then how these people like yourself, right, have made those changes within your own journey and have become part of your journey. Even listen, even the people that have been complete shit have been part of your journey. Right? There's something that you may have learned. They might have treated you wrong. They may have done something, but there's something there that you may have learned that's been part of your journey, which makes that person, even though it's freaking shit, part of the journey, right? Let's have a look here. Hang on. Uncle Billy, when Friday Night Live comes back on, there'll be a new section story. Time with Uncle Billy. Who knows what trouble we'll get into?
Yeah, dude.
Rad man, yes, mate. It was a pleasure to meet you guys. Chill. The only way I could have, what's that? The only way could have found Grom's channel is because we both watched Gravy. Right? Look at that.
Gravy,
right?
dude.
Right? You should tag him in on this, dude. Grom channel just got recommended, and I watch YouTube exclusively. Bingo bango. I'm not sure what you mean. Can you elaborate on that, Chill? Grom's channel.
Grom channel got recommended or watched exclusive. Bingo bango.
What does he
So
mean by
basically, what's happened is because he's been watching Gravies, and again, maybe because I met Gravy, and then it would have been the same for probably Dave Graham, because like all of the same things are kind of like tagged, or like all of the little like lines and things cross over.
Crossing over, dude. It's all starting out.
And because Chill Adventures would have been watching surf videos because of watching Gravies, and then if I've been surfing, then yeah.
Right. Yeah. Nothing else is coming up right now. Okay. What was we talking about, Grommy? What was we talking about? I've got my list.
So we sort of went off on the tangent of just community.
So I'm getting back. I'm going to get back. Hang on.
Oh, he's going back into the notebook, dude. It's going to get gnarly.
I've got me glad. If I have to put these down, mate, you know you're in trouble.
I know it's getting heavy, dude.
No, we're going to go a little bit light because I wrote down here toys. Right, I was fascinated with the toys. It kind of jogged my memory back to when I was chefing and I had not those toys. Your forehead ended up like a Tefal. Did you know that? It magnified your head.
I can't. I need to be. This is like I need to make like a vein meter. Yeah, because on the vlog sometimes you'll notice it. If I'm looking down, I get this vein in my head, dude. It's so gnarly.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. If Earth needed there you go. That's you there, look. That's you. With the glasses on. The emoji. That's more me with the head, though. Where's the barnet? Right? There's no barnet on it. Look. Anyway. Toys. Yeah, toys. Right. It put me in mind of when I was working with this guy. He was actually my sous chef. When I was working in the House of Commons, Big Ben, just in case people don't know, Big Ben, House of Commons, right?
Shout out to the best clock in the world.
Yeah, the best clock in the world. Pip. So when I was working in there was a sous chef that used to deal with antique toys, right? He would go and do markets and he would wheel and deal and shit. And dude, some of that shit, when he used to come in and he'd say, I made 1,500 this weekend, right? By just knowing what he had, right? And he seeing when that toy collection come up, because I love toys myself, but I like playing with the toy. I like to.
Have you not seen the vlog where I just basically I took one whole day off work, waited for Andrea to go to work, and I set my entire living room up as a scale electrics?
Yes, I absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I think when my wife saw that, I think she made comment about it, because I know there wouldn't be no way in God's green earth would I be able to freaking start up a scale electrics around my house, because my wife can't even freaking, she has a problem when we put stuff up on the countertop, like where the kitchen is. You'll see it. We got over here, you have the kitchen and you have a long bar area that you sit at, like a breakfast bar thing, And if we go throwing clobber up there, mate, she starts having a
freaking I get the same with Andrea. So that was the deal. She didn't mind what I did during the course of the day as long as it was packed away by the time she got home.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude.
That's a bitch though. When you got all that out and then you got to pack it all. Oh.
Nah, because the mission was on, dude.
Oh yeah, I was chill. Big Beezy. TikTok on the old
Ding
dong and
dong.
bone, dog and bone, not dong and bone. Dong is your dong. That's your old chap, your dong. That's your Mr. Bishop, your dong. Not that. You set up all the G.I. Joe figures up? Did you set
That
up all
was
the...
that was another vlog, dude. So another vlog. I woke up at stupid o'clock in the morning, right? Because again, my missus is very much like what you're saying, dude. Like,
Yeah,
my missus puts up with me enough, right?
yeah,
And bless her, what with all of the record collection that I've had to decant into the house somewhere, and then
yeah.
all of the other stupid stuff that I own. Like, dude, like my latest gnarly is obviously like vlogging gear, cameras, lights, bags upon bags. I showed you the hard drives yesterday,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, and yeah, it's just madness. And yeah, so like basically, oh, there are two. I want to say,
That's
yeah,
him.
is it two guru?
I
I
think
can
that's
never
him.
remember
Yeah,
the.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Dude, I watched. He came up. I believe he subscribed to me now, that fella, because he came up
Okay.
and he made a comment on my one I dropped on Friday, the yes,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And he made a really cool comment on there, and I got back to him, and then I went on his and subscribed to him, right? And looked at his Radman. Will remember this. And I looked at one of his videos and I saw it, Radman, and I believe it's Radman on the board. I might have that wrong, but I believe, because I made conversation about it, right? And I said, "Wow, you rode that all the way in," and I didn't see what he was. It looked like just a wave, right? But he kept going and going. I'm like, how the hell is he? And it was a freaking ferry boat, right? That
Very
was
wave,
making
dude.
the wake, and it. I'm watching this fella like all the freaking way in, dude, all the way in, no bullshit. Riding it all like, yeah, look at my nuts, look at my nuts, look at me, I am the god, right? I mean, I'm just like, oh, this guy, where did this guy come from? How is he? Yeah, and then they pan back, and then it was the back, and I'm thinking, shit, man, that's awesome. So I think it was Radman on the board. I might be wrong, but
I'm claiming it is, man. Without even seeing it, I'm claiming it is, dude.
yeah, it's a really good video, and I saw it on his mates, and then I don't know if it was his mate that was doing the filming, because there's a bunch of fellas talking and shit like that as they're bantering and that. This is helping my struggle watching Chill and you, guy, push me. Yeah, dude, listen. This is what this group is all about, man. It's about taking people like ourselves with our fears and freaking doing it, man. And I'm the resident freaking mind guy.
Yeah, dude.
I'm your Buddha, man, and it's we're going to get into some more shit with Grom if everybody's still okay with this. But there's a bit more shit I want to talk to Grom about, but he keeps on freaking twinkle toesing around me, don't you, Grom? But yeah, dude, listen, this is what this is all about, man. Freaking pushing each other, helping each other out, giving each other a hand up. Brilliant. Absolutely awesome. Anyway, so I want to get into the toys bit. Where did that start? Where's your relationship with toys, and why?
Dude, again, I hate to say it, not that I've got some underlying issues, but dude, like as let's go real heavy. So I'm gonna get real heavy on you, dude. Um, I went for a good few years as a kid, dude. 100%. believing that my grandparents were my parents.
Right, I remember you telling me that. Yeah, man. Fuck.
Yeah. And as much as I kind of skipped over it in the documentary, and I think sometimes that was more so for maybe not hurting people's feelings,
Yeah.
that the cold harsh reality is when I say, like, if you people watching now are familiar with the EastEnders number where like Kat Slater and whoever it is that's the daughter that plays the daughter in that's like, you can't tell me what to do, you ain't my mother.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then she delivers the cracking line, yes I am. Yeah,
Right.
that one.
Yeah.
Dude, so you got to imagine, like, I was 100% one, and I cannot stress to you, dude, like, this is a small child's mind, yeah, that is 100% positive. If you know, that these two individuals that I see, and they have led me to believe that I am their child,
Right.
they are my parents.
Right. And what age was you then when you finally figured that out then?
I must have been old enough to be able to give somebody like a little bit of stick, you know? So I think I was about, let's just pick a number. I reckon I must have been about 6 or 7.
So like way down there young. That's
Yeah.
a really pinnacle
Yeah.
point in the kid's mind. 6, 7,
Yeah.
8.
Yeah. And to turn around, and so even now, like, it's hard to think back to how this was calculated at the time. So, and this is why it gets weird when I explain stuff to people, because I have to say grandparents now to kind of differentiate between the fact that obviously, yes, I have a biological father, I have a biological mother, and then I have grandparents. But in the great book of Martin, my grandparents, dude, are mum and dad.
Right. Well, it's
Yeah.
like I tell people I guide, right? You know, a mum and a dad is just a title.
Yeah, dude.
Right. And when
But
you
you've got to imagine that
go on.
it's you were probably going to go on to say the same thing. That obviously there's a huge difference between somebody that is biologically attached to that title
Yeah.
and then somebody that actually earns that title.
Right.
Is the way
It
that I
takes
see it.
Well, the way I look at it, matey, right? This again is me. I don't know if it might help somebody. Hopefully. Oh, that was me. Ragman says,
Yeah, dude.
and oh yeah, Zoe Slater. That's it, Zoe Slater on
Well,
EastEnders. Right. Where was I going? I forgot where I was going. Damn it.
mother and father figures.
Right. So when I have people come to me and they sit in front of me and they're talking about mother and father figures, because they're the areas that I go to, right? Because you can always talk about the issues that you're going on with today, like we're doing now, right? What's going on there? But like we did yesterday, it's like where,
Yeah, dude.
where, what is that? And it normally always goes back to those
But
titles.
so to fill in, obviously, the viewers and what we were talking about yesterday, and I was kind of just saying about how somebody that had studied psychology and I had spent a lot of time with me in close proximity, one day said to me, dude, after seeing how you act and certain choices and decisions and knowing the way that you think about stuff, he goes, when it comes down to like those cognitive building blocks of early learning,
Yeah,
something's not quite right. And he
yeah,
said, I don't have enough experience in this area to be able to really pinpoint it for you, but I can at least just, because again, 9 times out of 10, I just put it down to me being a little bit mental, a bit peculiar in the best of times. And he was like, no, dude, it's not a case of that. It's more a
right.
case of it's the way your brain thinks about stuff.
Yeah,
And there's some missing gaps. And again, that
yeah,
kind of goes back to where I was saying about in regards to some other people have also pointed this out where you're like, that day when like I was having a ding dong. So again, let's stay on track. having a ding dong with what is now what I know to be my biological mum.
Yeah.
At the time, just thinking she's like a family friend. Yeah.
Wow. Shit. Damn.
Or like,
Okay.
I don't know how this, and again, as I look back, I'm like, I don't know how this fits into play, but obviously, like, my uncle is my uncle, my grandparents' child.
Mm.
My mum is my grandparents' child, and I fit into this category somewhere, but I think, like, at that early stage, that I am also like their child. To then have a ding dong with my mum one evening because I think she was looking after me because my granddad was at work, my nan's at work, whatever's going on.
What was it when you say ding dong to me is like not a heavy scrap? It's like, oh,
Just a child tiff, you know. She's trying to
yeah,
tell, I want to do something.
yeah,
She's like, you can't bloody well do it.
yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like, well, you can't tell me nothing. Do you know what I mean? And she's
Right.
like, yeah, I can. And I'm like, you ain't my mother. And she's like, yes, I am. You
Oh,
know? And it's like, dude, some people have pointed out that you're like in that moment, you've now just been blocked with a situation where you now have a huge breakdown in trust.
you think?
Yeah. Because
No.
obviously the people that have brought you into this world in this educational, this grow up situation
Yeah.
have now just lost that like confidentiality with you.
Well,
And you've also
you just fucking like, you know, as a 6-year-old kid that's not an understanding worth of shit, right? At 6, you got concepts, right?
yeah.
But you're not in that like the understanding zone
We're not
yet,
gonna
right?
sit here and meditate on it, dude. You know?
Right.
You
And you just wiped out fucking 6 years
yeah,
because
dude.
it's like,
But it's the little things, isn't it? So it's the little things like the amount of trust and the respect and all of the other things that at that age you don't understand.
right, right.
But it's like how a few people have said to me, like, is that why you have kind of like commitment issues?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you
Because
don't,
why would you commit?
yeah, right.
It's going to
And
get
then it
taken
goes
away.
gnarlier than that, dude. Like, obviously there, and again, it's weird to explain because yeah, I know there's some people in the world that have suffered greater trauma, gnarlier childhoods.
Don't get rid
My
of your shit.
childhood, yeah, apart from like that, which again, as a child, it bears no real weight because you don't understand the
Right.
significance, the
You know
damage,
what I
the yeah.
Yeah.
Because dude, apart from that, man, like then you're in this really gnarly place. Like if you look on a bright side, you're like all of a sudden you got two mums, yeah,
Sure.
epic, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, you've obviously now got two dads in the world, pretty epic. But it don't matter, dude. You like it's a vibe. And
You know
my
where it
grand,
you know where it don't matter though, matey? Do you know where it don't matter?
go on,
The titles.
yeah,
It don't matter. You know, you can have a kid, don't mean you're a dad. You can have
yeah,
a
dude.
kid, it don't mean you're a mum. You have to follow certain actions to be that person and earn that
Yes,
title.
that's what I was
Because
saying earlier about the fact that
you
you
ain't
earned
fuck all.
that grace.
The
Yeah, dude.
stories I hear, man. The stories I hear when it comes to completely non-existent parents,
Yeah, dude.
right? Yet the person is so fixated on that's their mum, that's their dad. And I had one client that sat in front of me, and I said they're people, and then all of a sudden it was like a switch, like
Yeah, dude.
what? And I'm like, you earn that title. You don't just become it. Yeah, you become it because you got a kid, right?
Yeah,
All of a sudden, someone will come along legally,
yeah.
right? On the birth certificate, it says, hey, this person is your mum or this person is your dad. But it don't mean they are,
No.
if that makes sense. I hope that makes
Yeah,
sense to
dude.
people, right?
Yeah, no, I'm with you, dude.
Because it's a title. It's like, it's like one freaking King Chuck got freaking inaugurated, right? And I was watching that, and we've had conversations around that, right? And I was watching him get inaugurated, and all the funfair and all that. Yeah, great, beautiful. But he's a dude. He's just a dude that we decided that we're all of a sudden going to give him a bigger pair of testicles than I've got, put a fucking crown on his nut, and call him a king. Any one of us could do that. It's only the fact that we give him, all of a sudden everybody's like, ooh, because of the progression there, the history, which is beautiful history, don't get me wrong, beautiful history, but all they are is fucking people. That's all they are. You know, and then we say, oh, that freaking whatever famous person, they were out in public buying milk. Okay. They're fucking human.
Yeah, dude. The titles that we throw on people is gnarly, dude.
Dude, it's just the title, man. Seriously, right? So carry on. Sorry, I kind of dug in.
No, that's fine,
grandparents. You know, where did the toys come into this?
So, and I think really the big connection with the toys is that as you grow up and you lose connection with everything, the one thing that I probably remember the most fun as a kid is G.I. Joe, dude. Me and my granddad having wars with that shit every night, daily. And the other really funny thing is, my granddad made some heavy claims, dude. Yeah. But there's one claim that he said to me, which was, if you look after these, one day they might be worth something.
Yeah,
and again, it didn't matter nothing to me. For me at that time, dude, they were toys. They were awesome. I loved them. Yeah. And like, I never got rid of them. There was a lot of things that came and went. But like, some of those toys that you would see are my original toys from childhood.
Wow.
And yeah, dude. And like, I just hoarded them away, kept them away. And then obviously there was two things that happened later on in life, which was eBay and actually earning my own money.
Right.
Because the other graceful comment that my granddad always used to make was like, when you wanted something, you were like, dude, when you got a job, you can buy yourself whatever you want.
Anything you want. Earn it. Earn it. It's just so like respect.
Yeah, the beautiful thing from that is that, eBay happened, and then all of a sudden, I've got money. Dude, when I was having a really bad moment in my life, 2013 was a bad moment, dude. And kind of lots of things coincided at the same time. In 6 months, I've dropped $2.5 grand on G.I. Joe.
Wow, no shit. But but hang on a minute, though, dude. You know, it's just like I used to do a lot of fishing, right? When I lived at home, and I was living in England, and that was my zen. You know, I'd sit on the bank catching fuck all for 14 hours. But it was just, I was out in nature. You met some people. I was on my own. I could just zone out, and that was my thing, right?
Thanks.
And I would put a lot of freaking money into it, a lot of money. I've got one. All my fishing shit is still in England, and I've got one pole rod there. And I remember buying it. And at the time, this is years ago. You're talking, how long have I been here? You might be talking 35 years ago. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And it was 400 nicker then.
Yeah.
Right. So you're talking about $600 for a rod, right?
Yeah.
Now you could have someone say to you, "What the hell are you dropping all that money on that? What are you nuts?" Right?
Yeah, dude.
And if you listen to that, you're going to feel guilty.
Yeah.
Right. But if you really realize you've earned your money, your own dough, right? And you're investing it in something that helps this. Priceless.
Yeah, dude.
Right? There ain't no money really. You know, if you've got something that you can use, that you can move towards and redirect your mind from, and it gets you in the zen surfing, right? Those balls ain't cheap. I'm going to take you to a place when you get over here, your head's going to explode in a shop over here called Ron John's.
Dude,
right?
I can tell you a funny story about Martin and surfboards.
All right, we'll get there. We ain't gone surfing yet. We got a bit to go yet, dude. Seriously. But that whole concept of like the guilt of spending out on something, you're doing it because you enjoy doing it. It's like buying all your camera equipment and all that. You love what you do, which is where we're going, right? You love what you do, right? So just investing in some money in some equipment to one person is going to look mad, right? But I used to look at my mates that used to bung a shit ton of money into their motors. I didn't drive. So I'm like, yeah, I get it, but it's your thing, right? Again, it's your thing. That wasn't my thing, right? I can understand it because of the concept I have. I can understand why you would put money into the car. I can understand why. But when you get to a point where you're like, what are you spending all your money on that for? Look at yourself first. What are you spending your money
But that's
on?
like the old adage where everybody goes, oh, if you quit smoking, you'd have a Lamborghini.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I've got a story around that. My mate over here, he's a freaking big cigarette smoker, right? He went into a gas station to buy. He said he always used to buy a couple of cartons because his missus fucking smokes as well, right? And he just used to pay, right? He said, I didn't think about it. I'll just pay, walk out. No problem. Well, he said he didn't have enough money this one day, and he went in and he just wanted to buy a packet, right? So he goes in, he buys a single package. She tells him the price. He goes, no, I don't want a carton. I just want a packet. Dead serious, right? And she goes, that is for a packet. And he's like, this is what made him quit. Get this. This is what made him quit. And he's literally quit, right? He said, he's like, holy shit. He said, so I started figuring out the math a little bit, right?
Yeah, don't do it.
He said, I got home. He said, we have this big ass, like, I think it's got sand and shit in it, like a big, I always remember going around these gaff and out front, there was always sand with a bunch of fucking shit stuck in it, right? And he said, he looked in, and I started laughing my ass off, because he goes, I looked in there and I'm like, it's fucking $2,000 there. The amount, he said there was a shit ton. He's like, there's probably a couple of grand of fucking dough there. He quit. That was it. Done. And he's this big old redneck boy. You might meet him. He's a big old redneck boy, man. This guy took me through all my pest control and all that shit, this guy, right?
Yeah, okay.
Complete nutter. Used to be a street fighter. He's got no feeling in his hand from fucking dead nerves and shit from punching. I mean, this guy, great with a bullwhip, right? But yeah, you'll meet this guy. What's going? I'm going to read on here because there's been some shit flying up. So let me just go back a little bit. Sorry, man. Am I kicking off on a tangent?
Yeah, Chill Adventures commented tangent on tangent.
Where am I? Oh, I've missed a bit here.
Yeah, man. People have been getting like right on it, and I've been trying to keep with it, but I'm terrible, dude.
Hang on, I've lost me freaking spot now.
So you got some epic comments.
Yeah, I've lost me freaking spot now.
Billy was I want to off of memory. I think Billy was saying he couldn't wait for everybody to get out of the house so he could play with his Hot Wheels. That was pretty epic.
Yeah, I've lost me freaking spot.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate everybody that's getting in those comments right now, man.
Like I say, man, I'm glad that people are actually still freaking hanging in there. Seriously, dude, absolutely
nearly
brilliant.
3 hours. Anybody that's still here deserves nearly a medal, dude.
Absolutely. Right, let's get to it. Well, we got the toy. What was the toys thing in the end? It's the connection with your granddad, is what I heard.
Dude, yeah, basically just a connection with better times, bro. An escape into what feels comfortable and safe.
Yeah, it's something. It's that thing that you can relate to. It's like a comfort blanket. Gives you that comfort feeling in the mind when it connects with your granddad. I completely understand that.
And partially another little like add on to why I called the channel what I did, dude. Because obviously,
really?
A Grom, I know, admittedly, a Grom is like surface term for like a kid. Yeah. So again, man, it's just another way of saying I'm a big kid, a 30-year-old kid at the time, dude. Because I tell you what, there you go, man.
Why
I
do you
should
want
have
to do
just called the goddamn channel Peter Pan, shouldn't I?
Yeah, Peter Pan, yeah. But and then there's the Michael Jackson reference. Maybe not.
I don't know how does that work.
Michael Jackson was always wanting to be Peter Pan, didn't he?
All right.
Didn't he? I think he did. I think he was like all about Peter Pan. I'm sure he did. Shit, maybe I know too much. Here's the biggie, right? In your, I think it was your first one. It might have been your second one. I'm not sure. You said about putting your demons out there, right? And then I wrote down the 3 demons, which I want you to. You don't have to go. You don't have to go over it hugely if you don't want to. But I just want. I just want to throw the 3 things out there that I caught onto. That I was like, okay, let's look at that. Right.
All right. Should we have a game here? Shall I try to claim my 3, and then you see if you've hit on the 3, and we'll have like a little top trumps game.
That's freaking. If that's what you want to do, yeah, I'm good. I've got 3.
Yeah, I'm going. Like lack of, I don't know if self-worth or confidence. One of them. Like just lack of self-confidence
I
or
actually
lack
didn't
of
have that down,
self-worth.
but yes, it is one. But I didn't have that written down. But I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
These are biggie.
2. I'd just say letting the voices inside my head rule my decisions, dude.
Right, that's part. Well, depression.
Yeah.
Which is what that is.
And 3, just always just trying to be better, like just trying too hard to be the best person that I can be.
Yeah, that's another one. I didn't have that written down too, but I know exactly what you're talking about. But do you want to hear the 3? Do you want to hear the 3
Yeah,
I
man,
have?
let's go.
Depression, which I want to know what your relationship with that is. Addiction, I want to know what your relationship with that is. And suicide, I want to know what your relationship with that is. Because now we're getting into that bit, right? It's when we're talking about your first videos, that's exactly the pieces there that helps people to heal. But the only way you can help somebody heal is when we had the conversation last night, when I said to you, you're being vulnerable now, right? Vulnerability, heavy. Yeah, stay in there, dude. Stay in there. I've lived through. I haven't been. I deal with people with all these different issues. I have the depression, and I've been suicidal a few times, and I wish my therapist was in here because I'd give her major props for saving my ass way more than once when it comes to that. And if you'd seen me in some of the positions I've been in where I've gone there to that suicide point, I'm not this guy. I'm nothing. I literally go to shit, right? Thank God, not often, but I've been there more than once. And when I started watching those videos, that's why I was saying, I'm not taking anything at all away from your videos now, right? I don't want you to get the wrong idea.
No,
right?
dude. I know what you're saying, bro.
Because I absolutely love what you do. I really do, right? But when I hear you speak about you want all the extra little bits and pieces, that doesn't do fuck all for healing somebody. Right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, dude.
Right. It's when you're going to get down and vulnerable and be raw. That's why I said them videos. It's raw. It's there's a freaking different essence to it, where I could take someone that's going through some shit. I can even rattle some people off now, right? That's going through some shit. Sit them down and say, "Watch this a minute." That's fucking powerful shit. When it comes down to somebody that can, like myself, that can look at that and go, wow, I know where he's at there.
Yeah,
wow, I know what that is. And then when you mentioned about the suicide, I went, ooh, ooh, because that's a whole different level.
Yeah, dude. That's
So
showing warts and all, dude.
Yeah. Do you want to go there?
Yeah, man. You know me, dude. I've already put it out there in the universe, man. So,
All
like,
right.
yeah.
Let's start with the first one without going off on a tangent.
Yeah, we'll keep
Right?
it solid.
If you do, I'm going to pull you back because this is
All right.
important. Right. And I know people go on drifting off on a tangent. There's a reason for that. It's the very same reason why I said to you yesterday, was you a ballerina at one point? Because you were freaking you were doing
Yeah, dude.
pirouettes all around the freaking the actual shit. Right. And you know, when I watch those videos, seriously, when I watch those videos, and I'm gonna tell you the connect I've made now. I'm going to let you know that now, the connect that I'm making, so that we're at that point where I think when you start talking about these other bits and pieces, you'll start understanding the reasons why you need to do your lives. Right? When I started watching those first videos and I was into it, it really pulled me into it because I can relate. Right? And the whole piece is parts around the building blocks of it's fascinating how you're doing it. The building blocks around the first day of grabbing that camera and not knowing absolute shit, thinking you don't know shit, but I'm looking at this thinking, I just pressed the button. I don't even edit mine. You was editing. At least you were sitting down and freaking editing, right? And when I look at the action, the building. I mean, I may look at it a little bit differently than a regular. I don't know, right? Than a regular person, because I honestly go into freaking when I see shit like that, I go into right therapy. What's going on here? Let me look at this. Why is that? What's he saying? What's he coming up with? Why is he saying that? Where's that coming from? Oh, that came from there. I'm constant. This is what I do, my guys.
Yeah, dude.
I'm constantly looking.
This was the beauty of being just honest to the camera.
Yeah.
Because one thing that I did learn through depression is, as much as the world right now will tell you to speak out about it, it can be detrimental. Because if you're dealing with loved ones or talking to people that actually care about you, and you're 100% open about where you're at,
Sure,
it can be detrimental to them as well as yourself. Because let's just put it on the table. If you're really, really on the level where you're at your lowest low, and let's just strip all the frills and bells off of it. If your chips are completely down and the only thing stopping you from doing anything really disastrous is the fact that you don't think you've got the balls to do it.
yeah.
And that is the barrier that holds you between doing something that you can never take back, or just having to struggle with the environment, the feeling, the toxicity, which is the inner thoughts of your personality at that time. And then you're encouraged to speak out about where you're at and how you feel. And then you turn to somebody that actually really cares and gives a shit about you, dude. And you say, do you know what? I just don't care about anything anymore. I don't want to exist anymore. the damage that you then put onto them because they feel like they can't help you and all they really want to do is help you, but they don't know how to help you.
Yeah.
And the thought that you're left with after saying those words, when maybe in 24 hours, maybe 6 hours, maybe 15 or 20 minutes later, you're sat with your own thoughts and you realize that you've just told somebody that really cares about you and you really care about them, that you're like, I don't fucking want to be here anymore.
Right.
What have you just done? What have you just said? And I know it's not as bad as actually doing something that you couldn't take back, but you know you're playing with the idea. You're playing with fire. And obviously, without getting into gnarly thoughts about crying wolf or whether you're serious about it, people that have dealt with this or been in that situation where you think, man, it's just time. It's time for me to check out of this. I'm done. I'm done. Only that individual will ever know how close to being done they really are. Whether it's just a bit like an expression or just saying like, oh my God, you know, like in an anger sense.
Yeah.
Or if it's at that point where you're like, you're fully just done. There is nothing.
Yeah.
There is no love left. There is like just no care or consideration for yourself or anything at that time.
Yeah.
And I remember just one of the only things that kind of it, and it's kind of, I think, I don't know, man, maybe this is just spitballing some stuff, but I don't know whether it's a British thing or not, but I think sometimes when it's really bad, you make a joke about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my joke was, I am so useless, right? That if I tried to do it, I'd balls it up.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
I'd stick a the Golf, solid runner, brilliant car, epic. If I sling a tube through the window, mate, the bloody thing will run out of petrol, or the engine will conk out, or the head gasket will go. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll sling a rope round something, jump off of it, and the goddamn rope will break.
Yeah.
And you'll just like, but I don't know if that's kind of that stupid comedy.
It's not stupid.
Well, I just think sometimes it's almost like the little tiny fragment that's left to make light heart of it.
It's a position that I deal with a lot with people. Yeah. Whenever I have someone in front of me and they're telling me something that's traumatic, and trust me, man, you think you've heard it all, and then you get one, and you're like, oh man, you don't even know how they're sitting there, right? But you know, when you get forgot my train of thought.
Dude, I'm just going to come in there and say the other thing that is really weird being in that state is the guilt of feeling that you feel like that.
Yeah.
When there's other people in the world that have gone through so much more, or are still currently dealing with so much more.
Now I'm going to tell you, I'm going to stop you, because I'm going to tell you again what my therapist taught me. This is all shit that I use on people that I've been taught or I've, researched or I've felt or something, right? And I did that same thing. I sat in front of her one day and I'm like, yeah, but someone's got it better, way worse off than me. And she went, time out. Right? And I went, what? So she says, by you thinking that, she goes, you're right. Other people have got it bad. But there's always someone got it worse off than them and worse off than them and worse off than them and worse. She said, does that mean that your shit goes away?
Everybody's.
You can sit there in guilt, feeling a certain way, right? And that everybody else has got it worse off than you. But it does not get rid of your shit. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's something very small compared, right?
Well, it's all subjective to that individual.
What?
Yeah, it's all subjective to that individual.
course, everybody has their freaking, their stamp, right? Everybody has their issue. Just because there's a certain issue that you're having, I could look at it and go, I don't find that an issue, right? It doesn't matter, because it depends on whatever programs and so the self-worth thing, right? You being told at 6 years old, right, completely put you in a position of not knowing who you are, your self-worth fucking disappearing, right? Recognizing that, oh shit, who are these people in front of me? Right? It will follow you.
Yeah, dude.
It will freaking follow your ass. Right? And when you get into saying that, hey, listen, other people have got it a lot bigger than me, don't do it. Don't say that. Because you've still got your problem. Because you might say that today and you'll feel okay for an hour, but your shit's still going to come up, right?
Still come back.
It ain't going away. It ain't, if I say, oh, that guy's got it a lot worse than me, and I'm like, oh, I feel freaking great now. Now I can, I'm all right. No, it don't work like that. It's still your shit, right?
I know it's kind of crazy because it is one of those things. And it's funny because you obviously left a comment on the very first video, and my reply was the case that we might be 4 years down the line, and I know that I've made some great progress mentally and like in so many different ways, but it's almost only a moment away or one thing away that then makes me fall right back into that state of mind.
Right. But it's right. The one thing that I teach people and why I was taught, right, is you can kind of tell before you're actually getting there. Right. And it's a matter of tuning in, and you'll start feeling it in your body kind of first, really. You'll start feeling a little something going on, right? You'll be like, my stomach don't feel quite right. Or, a lot of backaches is involved with trauma, right? There's studies done on it, right? Backaches. There's a surgeon, a back surgeon, that couldn't understand the reasons why it has two people with exactly the same back issue, yet this one is in a massive amount of pain and this guy isn't. And he thought, what is this? And it came down to the emotional states that they were in.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Because the energy that you have, your energy, dude. I don't give a fuck. If someone could come up there, someone could come into me and go, no, you're not. I'll be like, bullshit. What you made of? What you made of? Atoms. Right? Atoms have got to be vibrating for you to be able to see what you're seeing. What makes the atom vibrate? Energy, right? 99.9999% of an atom is energy, space. The rest is, it's vibrating. So you see what you see, your energy, right? So whenever the mind starts going into an area, that energy's got to go somewhere. Because if you're not dealing with it, it's going to go somewhere, right? And if you've got any kind of a bit of a pain or anything, especially like knees and shit, right? And you're like, oh, and you freaking start to ache and your guts are going to get it. Because I tell you what, mine were going today. I thought I had the two bob bits at first. I tell you what, I thought, oh, my guts are giving it the old large, right? But it goes somewhere because you're not dealing with it. So, when it comes down to that, you saying, no more talk about that, time out. You're not allowed to say that no more. About someone's got it better than, worse off than you. Bollocks. It's your shit. Right? you're in a freaking position where you got mental shit going on. It doesn't mean you just go open the freaking door, pull it out, pull it over there and go, God, they got a lot, this ain't nothing.
If only it was that easy, dude.
I'd be freaking easy. I'd be a millionaire, dude. I'll be opening up people's heads and pulling it out, putting it on a shelf and say, okay, thanks. Freaking 30-second session. Brilliant. Bring it on, right? But don't put yourself down, because in that, what does that do? What is that telling you? I'm not worth it. Please don't see me. I'm right. You're telling yourself this by saying, somebody's got it worse off than me. You're saying I'm not here.
You're almost like recycling it for another day, aren't you?
Of course you are. Not even for a day. You might last maybe a few minutes, right? Before that thought, it will drift, and there you are. You still got your shit. Don't go anywhere, right? So, you know, what we talked about the depression part of it, which it sounds like, which is brought in that suicidal thinking for you, right?
The depression, dude, if I'm honest, had been with me for a long time, but I wasn't aware of it. Right. And I'd spent a lot of years burying it with substances, dude.
Okay, so then that explains the addiction part of that as well, then, because you know, whenever I get someone comes along and sits in front of me, and I've got them, right, and you know, they're stuck up on a substance. I call it a substance because everything, including your fucking cell phone, by the way, right, it's an addiction. Yeah. When you're looking at,
I think Billy's got to go. Billy, dude, it's been a pleasure.
Out of here. All right, man. Thanks for turning up, dude. Appreciate it. We'll probably still be here in the morning. But no, you know, that addiction part. When I look at someone that comes in front of me and they say, "Oh, I'm addicted to substance," I'll be like, "Okay, forget that. What's underneath it?" Because it's not the substance. It's
so the really funny thing was, again, I don't want to go off on a super mega tangent, but I'll just be real. I'm just going to put it out there, man. One of the many days where I was allowed into the responsibilities of my mum, my biological mum. Yeah. We went out on this epic day, dude. Boat trip. One of her mates had a boat on like the Thames, like the Marlow stretch.
Yeah.
So, dude, man, all got on the boat. I was only a nipper. I think I was about, I don't know, 11, maybe 10 or 11, something like that. And we all went out on the boat. And, like, dude, my mum's been a smoker forever.
Yeah.
And, of course, all of her mates were, like, smokers, dude.
Yeah.
And I didn't know about this. Yeah. So, like, a little bit of the herb. Yeah. And, obviously, you know, the journey got underway. I'm like all hyped up, man, just chilled out. I'm a kid. I'm on a boat. This is vibe. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. Going down the Thames, brilliant.
Living the best life. Yeah. Bearing in mind, don't get this. This is not a glamorous boat. It's like a little tuk-tuk, yeah, but living the best life.
Hey, man, you're 11.
And the minute that, you know, the papers come out, the box comes out, Mark's kind of inquisitive as a kid.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where I was kind of told, like, shh, you know, don't tell your grandparents kind of thing.
Right.
And what does a kid do at that age?
Really go until they're gonna do the opposite. Or
more to the point of you're left in this dilemma, aren't you? Do you side with your mum, which is the mum that you don't know, but you're only getting to know, but you're now trying to like impress or earn credibility with?
Yeah.
Or do you hold like the responsibility, the honor? You know, do you side with your grandparents because they've been stood there longer, dude? You know, where does your loyalty lie?
It's the trust. You know, you haven't got the same amount of built trust.
No, dude.
Equally with both of the people. Doesn't work.
The really sad thing is, obviously, like I wanted to do my best, man, to like earn new loyalty and credibility. Dude, I must have been home for 5 minutes. You know, I done real well. I held on to it for maybe 5 minutes and then came out with it. And obviously my granddad was pissed because my mum had done that in front of me. Right. Now this has raised some whole questions. And there's another little like gnarly story. I've got so many gnarly stories about that kind of stuff.
No doubt. Yeah.
One of those things that after that, man, Mark knew it was, it existed. It wouldn't do you no harm. It's not that bad. And once I'd got into probably my early teens, like I'm talking like 12, 13, I was on that weed, man.
On it. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
And not massively regularly, but dude, all of a sudden, man, it was like all of my mates, their parents smoked it. It was that era, dude. And
Yeah.
all of it, like the people that I bonded with as like close mates, it was funny because all of their parents smoked it. It's just that
Right.
like-minded channel.
Well, they also say that once you freaking open up your eyes, you start to see. Right.
See it everywhere, dude. And it was one of those things where once I'd got to that age, and with all of my drug use, it was more so about trying to discover something about myself.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough to come across a few minds, man. One of them being one of my best friend's dads, who is just an absolute. Funnily enough, his name's Martin. And dude, me and him, like, you think me and you can talk, right? Me and him, I owe so much of my exploring into like substances, but having a respect for it and knowing what you're doing before you do it, and using it as a medicine more than using it as a just a oh, look at me, I'm cool. Yeah.
Right.
And I got into my substances and my addiction through trying to search for answers.
Right.
Trying to find me, trying to locate what was wrong in this essence of, like I said in that documentary, dude, it didn't take me long into childhood to look into the mirror and just want to be anybody other than me, man.
Right.
Like, I'll be like at 3 hours, 20 minutes into a live, dude. Trust me. And that, even to this day, it don't matter how many, like, dude, you can sit here, you could have 150,000 people in this goddamn live, and you could all say, Grom, I wouldn't be where I am today if it weren't for you. And I'll smile and I'll be happy and I'll be stoked, dude. But I can tell you one thing, when I go back and the cameras are off and I'm sat in the room on my own, I still ain't happy with the things that I've achieved. I'm still not happy with the human that I am. And I'll look in the mirror, and I'm not scared to look in the mirror and look into my own eyes and know who I am. But still, dude, like everybody comes before me in my worth, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because it makes sense. I mean, looking at your background, it makes complete sense.
Dude, on the addiction thing, I searched hard.
Yeah, I bet.
And I searched real hard and real severe. And again, if you watch those early vlogs, I didn't want to put it out there because, again, I'm trying to be honest and real, but I didn't want to just sit on YouTube with a big fat one hanging out of my mouth.
Right.
Because there's you get a misconception, or straight away, people, in my concern is people are going to go, that's what's wrong with the guy's life. And it's like, well, no, and I know that you know this.
But you know what? Other people don't have to understand either. We don't have to try and prove something to somebody.
No,
it is what it is.
It can be taken out of context in certain areas.
Sure, but in the grand scheme of things, the amount of people that would say that over the amount of people that wouldn't is nothing. It doesn't matter, because and then it's taking those people's criticism and then molding your life to their criticism. When the majority of the people that are around it don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, that's when it's like, it's starting to.
I'd gone searching to try to, because And dude, I would swear by it. So once I'd got to like 16, 17, I I was quite I was weird in the fact that by the time I was 15, 16, I looked old enough to be able to get into pubs and clubs
Right,
and
me
pulled
too.
away
16.
from, yeah, dude, pulled away from the smoke, got on the booze and the drink and the party, and
Yeah.
it was all good. Um, but I wasn't good on alcohol. I'm a great drunk
I
until a
hate it.
certain point.
Yeah, I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm like the most loveliest, partiest, epic,
Till it's
brings me
over.
alive, great times until someone crosses me.
Mm-hmm.
And then the demon
Mm-hmm.
comes out, man. And I love the
Mm-hmm.
demon. I love
Mm-hmm.
letting the demon out at the best of time. It's like the goddamn Hulk.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it goes nuts.
Yeah, it's brilliant. But obviously that's not good. Whereas I could sit in a room of like-minded people with really outgoing thoughts and mad kind of ideas and thoughts and smoke and just like you know what the score is when you have a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit of a
yeah,
blaze.
yeah. Yeah,
Just
yeah,
out
yeah.
there, dude. Until the point where I'd realized, fast forward, I was like probably just turned 30 about that time. And maybe a little bit older. And I was basically, it was different when I was with my ex. But then once I was on my own, let's just say I was smoking, dude, I was doing 12 or 13 joints a day on my own.
Wow.
And I'm
Right.
talking baseball bats. And to the point where in those last little while of smoking on the vlog, I was smoking king size Rizzlers neat, dude.
Yeah, no doubt. Shit.
And banging
Wow.
heavy grade
Yeah,
daily.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, and no wonder I'd got to a point but I was almost trying to not eat, not drink, and just smoke. And hopefully, maybe because I couldn't do it to myself, maybe it'd just all fail. Maybe the organs might shut down.
Oh
Maybe
shit.
the brain. Huh?
Is that what you're talking? That's what you were thinking? If you did
Yeah,
this, it
dude.
would just shut me down?
Yeah, dude. So I got to a
Really?
point one night. Um, there was an interim where I actually had to stay at the family home, and I was sleeping on a fishing bed chair, like a cart bed chair,
Yeah, yeah.
in the box room, and the bed chair is pretty much the length of the goddamn room. So the feet of the bed chair was right behind the bedroom door. So there was no way anybody would be able to get into that place without almost taking the door off the hinges.
Right.
And dude, I was chain smoking myself because I used to smoke bongs and like everything,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, yeah.
And I was getting to the point where I just weren't eating. So this is accreditation for Andrea. She used to rock up at my house and she'd be like, "You eating?" And I'd be like, "No." And she'd like pretty much just drag me out, get me in the car and take me to go get food. And
Yeah.
this one night, obviously, whatever, I was at mine and I just smoking, dude, and just smoking so goddamn heavy. But like, you remember when you used to like do, I don't know what you call it, but like almost sunrises where you like stand up while you inhale?
I've gone fucking really lightheaded. Not
Yeah,
like
dude.
right after I've done that, not while I'm doing it, but
Oh, I'm doing it while I'm like pulling.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like
Right.
just to try to get fucked up, dude.
It
And
messes you in.
I
Yeah.
started, I reckon now, like looking back on it, I don't know what it was. It was like a really bad, like anxiety attack or something. But I just remember laying on the bed, dude. True, like really like after smoking a lot, not eating a lot, really
Yeah.
trying to struggle through letting things fail.
Yeah.
And I so my mum would have been in the room next door. And I started getting to the point where you're like, shit, something's going wrong here.
Yeah.
And dude, I just laid on that bed and I thought, would I be happy with what I've achieved till now? And I thought, do you know what the best thing is? Is if I go out now, maybe it might inspire other people to live harder, dude. And I laid on that bed, and instead of panicking and freaking or being like, should I ask for help? Should I call an ambulance? Should I ask for my mum? Why do I want to stress other people out, man? I'm getting my thanks now. Like, I can just check out, dude.
But you wouldn't look at the freaking impact that you're making on people. That's where it's at. Being
Well, the
alive and
funniest thing
making an
is,
impact.
you call it what you want to call it, but obviously I didn't get my wish. So there was like purpose in whatever reasons.
Well, you've gone there because you can't fucking handle the actual trauma of. Honestly, that's a very. I don't know if you realise that's a really heavy trauma. If you came as a client to me, I'd be like, shit, okay, we got work, dude. I'm serious, man, because that is very.
I've got to do one of those emergency check-in.
All right. Which up we go.
For watching and getting to like and share.
I don't know if we got anybody in there. Have we got anybody still in here? There we go. That's what stopped me. Yeah. I mean, I've got my Florida license, and I do it because it's I use it as a medicine. I've been on all kinds of different medications, anti-anxiety medications, antidepressants, combinations, heavy hitters, lithium, Xanax, Paxil, cocktails of shit. Yeah, and it honestly did not. The side effects were way worse than the freaking than the actual medications. Horrible stuff. Okay, all right, we'll keep. Yeah, okay, still there. All right, sweet. Thank you for sticking in. I know this is going on long, but this is how Grom and I start bleeding, getting in this, and this is completely different as well because I've gone a little bit therapy minded. Right, Grom?
We gone in, dude.
What's that?
We've gone in on it, dude. And I've just been really, dude, I've been more honest on this live than I was in my goddamn documentary, dude.
Well, I'm glad you did, because that was the whole idea of this.
Yeah, man. And this is what I'm saying. I'm more than happy to just tell the stuff these days, man.
Right, now I'm going to tell you, because I didn't quite go into it, but here's where I'm thinking where some of the connect is, right? One, with the trauma, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. One, with the trauma, right? It's a huge one. That would take work, right? I mean, it's a matter of getting in touch with that and becoming comfortable with it and accepting it, and there's a lot involved with that. The pieces part that I kind of put together was where you saw yourself on that day one and compared to where you are now. And when you were saying you need all these pieces parts to work out so that I can, where I look at it and what I was saying to you is that becomes a problem when it starts stopping you from doing what you love to do, right? And you'd already told me you use it as a therapy tool. So my mind was like, then why aren't you doing your life? Right. So where I kind of matched it a bit was if you keep on advancing the way you're going, right? If you because your mind's like, I've got to get to this. I've got to, right? It's a fucking mind fuck, right? And what you do is you end up getting on that because the thought of going back to that day one, when you didn't have it all, when you didn't have all the bits and pieces, that actually made a lot more, not compared to, and I'm not trying to compare, but compared to where you was there's much more healing with somebody else, and you're seeing it happen in that day one, but the trauma for you is overwhelming. You can see it, very hard, very difficult. Like I said, all that, what I said, right? Your worth, all that, right? And I'm thinking the connect that I made was, hey, if someone keeps on advancing, that is sending their brain, it's a coping mechanism, that is sending their brain because it's telling, I ain't going back there. But you miss the essence of why you're doing it.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to go back there, which is the very place where you do need to go.
Yeah, dude.
We avoid because we don't want to go there.
That's there was a girl that was in the group, Kimberly. She was in the group for a little while and then checked out because, bless her, her story is a story that would make all of us fucking cry.
Right. You're doing it again.
Well, I know, but there's a point to it. And the craziest thing is, she found me, or we found each other on Twitter pretty much at the same time. Gravy had convinced me to put my videos on YouTube because they were worth putting out.
All right.
Because of the topic and the concept and what I wanted to do and where I was at mentally. And me and her got to talking, and she opened up to me, I opened up to her, just in the level of, she was saddened by the position I'd been in because of my parenting. And once I knew what her situation was, there was just this situation where you're like, oh my days, dude, yours is worse. And she's like, no, yours is worse. You know, like that kind of thing.
We always think someone's worse.
Yeah,
you could
but we
talk
were
to the
both
person that's what you think's worse, and they'll say it swings and roundabouts, mate.
Yeah, but we were both looking back on it now in this most gnarliest position. And it's funny, so we do still keep in contact. Bless her, she's made leaps and bounds, but the struggles have got harder, if that makes sense. The situation for her, she goes forward 6 steps and then back 4.
Right. She getting help for it?
On that, I would say she's tried many avenues of help. And I think, dude, I just hope that maybe one day she gets there, dude. I just really do. One of the craziest things is, and a few times, man, she said exactly what you've just said, which was the case of, with what you've gone through, with what you've videoed, and how far you've got from where you were, you need to explain that to people.
Right.
And the one thing that from it that has always pickled my melon, right? And this goes back to the same, if only I could bottle it up and sell it, we'd all be good.
Yeah.
When you're in that mindset, you can't see a way out.
Right.
You fight your way out of it, but it's almost, once you're out of it, you can't then. It's like when you wake up from a dream and the dream give you the key to success of taking over the goddamn world. You wake up in the morning and you're like, what was it?
Yeah, oh yeah, shit, yeah.
And I feel like it's that same thing with depression. You've either never been there, so you just can't relate. You've been there, but you can't see the way out. Or you've been there, got yourself out, and because you've got yourself out, you can't now see what you did to get yourself out.
You know what I call that? A block. Because a lot of people will do that. They'll just block. It's so traumatic.
Yeah, dude.
They'll pull out of it and forget. It's like this. And you haven't forgotten. Your subconscious mind remembers everything. Everything. Yeah. You never forget.
But you've made that distinguishing change where you're like, I don't want to be there. And now I can't. I don't know the secret code word to return to Narnia.
Right.
You know?
But you don't want to. I mean, you know, once you, it's like what the shit I've done, right, and where I was, and now, you know, thank God, I get depression, and I do go really bad sometimes. You know, I've even said to you, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, dude.
Remember, I got a hold of you, and I'm like,
having a wobble, man.
Whoa, right. But it's, you know, the more times that you go through those processes, the more times that you learn the certain little bits that may not have happened before, that may be happening now, and you can see it, that there is all you moving out of it. It really is. You know,
Dude,
sometimes we go through these experiences to be able to know what that is and to know what to do with that.
the
Right?
most beautiful thing, I couldn't tell you, but if you watch the vlog, you'll see it unravel in front of your eyes.
In what? On your old vlogs, you mean?
Yeah, dude. Because again, I might not be able to sit here and tell you, because you can't tell anyone their key to their success or the key to their getting
Also,
out of that dark place.
yeah.
But the one thing that I did do, and even if it's the only thing I ever leave on this thing we call Earth, is that little thing there. Those 140 videos and still ongoing, like now, because again, I might be out of the woods today, man, but tomorrow I might be right back in there again. You can
And then
watch that.
I'll be right there with another conversation with you, going, "What the
Yeah,
hell are
dude.
you doing?"
But we can, like, the one thing that it's there. The proof's in the pudding, man.
Yeah.
And again, I'm a long way from being happy, in that mind state, because I know happiness is kind of almost an illusion anyway.
Well, I mean,
That's my point.
we're always
It's always a
searching.
past tense.
We're always searching. We're always searching for that ultimate happiness.
Yeah,
It's why people fucking do what they do at surfing, right? Why we
yeah,
surf, like you surfing shit, right? It makes you happy. I mean, even those nut job freaking ISIS and all that, they may have been killing people, but they're doing it out of happiness. They've been told,
well,
programmed, hey, listen, you're gonna freaking go. Listen, if I had that belief, blimey, right? You're
yeah.
going up.
I don't know, but all I'm saying is
It,
I always feel like uh, happiness is a funny one, because you can't really say if you truly were until the end of the show to actually say. I could look back and say these are where I was at my most,
that's
because
you
there's
not
always
connect.
maybe
That's not you
something more
connecting
happy
with
to
it.
come.
That's not you connecting with it. I'm well happy right now. I'm well. I
Okay,
know that I'm well happy right now.
okay.
I
I'm
know that.
saying that in my level of happy, I'm good. But tomorrow I could be even way happier than I've
Of
ever
course,
imagined, dude.
but it's what you do with it,
Yeah,
right? When you're
it's
in the happiness, I know that I'm 100% on board with you. I know that I'm loving what I'm doing right here.
yeah,
I'm
dude.
loving that there's people still here, and they're fucking Dan and that was like, hey man, we're still here. We're fucking Dave is like, I'm here to the end, right? So I mean, we got Radman still there. There's a. Where was I going? Shit, I forgot me point. I don't fuck it. But it's that. It's the piece of knowing where you are within your own self, and when you can get in touch with the pieces parts of knowing your own self, which brings on the happiness. That's where I was going. Which brings on the happiness. I knew I'd remember. Which brings on the happiness, right? I know that I'm happy. I know the feeling of it. I'm in it. I'm happy, right? So just because I go, I mean, yeah, it's like this, right? But it's like I tell everybody, the thing in Buddhism is balance, right? One day you may be like that, another day you may be like that, other days you may be like that. But it's balance. We don't go through life with this. We're searching for the happiness, right? But some of those things that come along and test our happiness, we conquer to get more of what we want, right? So when we get tested by these things that may be happening to us, it's down to us, our own individual thing, to not connect with the traumas that may be connected with, because then that's not happy, right? You see what I mean? Which is why you're looking for these pieces parts all the time, because back there wasn't happy. Here, shit, I'm happy as a clam, right? Here I am, I'm advancing. This is where I want. I'm building up there. And if it doesn't go quite to where you want it and you trigger back to that place, you have a shit week or a shit day, because you're not tuning into the pieces parts that make you happy. You're trying to avoid the trauma without looking at the bits that make you happy. And the bit that makes you happy is making a life. It don't matter about the fucking lights. I told you, people on here, they ain't sitting there all this time for nothing. And it ain't because of me. Right?
Hang on. I'm going to give it that, mate. You giving me some timeouts. They're here just for the equal of both of us, bro.
I'm happy. I'm telling you, I'm happy. I'm happy as a
You're
clam.
saying about I ain't having no negative stuff. You saying that they ain't here for you, that's negative.
But I'm happy. So how's it negative?
No, because I'm well, okay. I'll remember that in future and I'll call you on that. But I was just gonna say, yeah. But I was just gonna say, yeah, dude, like, because man, and I reckon the people in the comments will just say the same. Because I couldn't sit here and have had this conversation with my goddamn self. Well, I could have, because I got plenty of voices in my head, but I don't think it'd do good for entertainment value.
It's the same, but hang on, because it's the same as the meditation. What's the voices thinking? Right?
Oh, I don't know, man. There's about 40 or 50 different people in my head, depending on what time of day it is, mate.
You need fucking King Chuck therapy, you mate. Fucking crown on the therapist's head. But no, think about it. With what we talked about yesterday, with you looking for the pieces parts, that keeps your neck out of the woods with the raw. What you did it for originally in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
And it wasn't for the lights. It wasn't for all the little fancy bits and pieces. It wasn't for making sure, yeah, great, beautiful. It's advancement. If you put your mind there with the right intent, right? If you put your mind there for the right intent and you want that to grow, great, brilliant. You're doing it. It's going to make you happy. It's going to make you happy. Because you're doing it and you're building it's the building blocks of you going forward. You're doing something to advance your own self, right? But if you're looking for that to make you freaking happy, to not put you back there, you're doing it for all the wrong reasons, dude.
Yeah, dude.
You're fucking yourself for the wrong reasons, right? So I don't really want any more of that bullshit about no life, right? It don't matter if you ain't got the right light. Switch the fucking kitchen light on. Right?
Oh, dude. So let's bring this into context for the guys and girls that are here. Cockney Buddha is referring to me doing the Friday night lives, and basically my ballerina in around that he discussed earlier was the fact that my point of not coming back already with a Friday night live was I want to establish the issues behind why I can't get people in to interview on a live. It's been sort of stressing me, but I didn't want to come back to doing a live until I'd sorted that out. Because if I continue to do lives with my editing and everything else, I'll just never find the time to do it. In which case, it was kind of like I feel like I was almost bringing false promises to the Friday night live. But and you can have this as an exclusive, Mr. Buddha. Again, like I said earlier on, I ain't saying anything just yet because I might just jinx myself, and we all know that sort of joys. But Mr. Chill Adventures and I think maybe we might have cracked it.
With what? Happiness?
No, with the interview segments and how we. I think I've bloody cracked it. His first words that he heard over the interwebs was, "By Jove, I think I've cracked it."
Awesome. If you're doing it for the right reasons, brilliant, love it. But just don't ever have those bits stop you from doing the very thing that you did this for in the first place, which is therapy for yourself.
It wasn't.
Right? Therapy. Because you're going to twinkle toe, you're not twinkle toeing me. The therapy for you originally, right, is what you did this for. You said it, mate. I'm not making that up. You said it. You said it to me yesterday, and I've seen it in your I saw it in your first bloody vlog. It's like, okay, this is what he's doing it for. You set the mind that was like, right, this is what he's doing it for. Bang on. Well done. And then you started moving, right? That Grom there is what people want to see. It shows vulnerability. It shows you supporting a cause, which, to tell you the truth, I know you're all about mental health. I know that, right? I get it. We've had many conversations around it, but I didn't know it affected you in the freaking degree that it did. I had no idea, and I've known you for how long? I had no idea,
dude.
right?
And that is Dave Usan would say the same thing. So when I walked into that place that I work at now, and they see me as like you see me now.
Right.
And it wasn't until we got talking and I'd said to him about the vlog and to go check the early ones that he was like, dude, that's a different person.
Yeah, completely. Dude,
Yeah,
but the pieces part is you may not want to go back there because I get it, right? It's like if I'm in a therapy session, yeah, and I start talking about my suicidal bits, I break down, right? If I was to sit here and start telling you about situations, I'd probably start crying, right? Because it's a freaking it's an area. I wasn't even thinking about my girls, right?
yeah, dude.
People say to you, "What about your kids?" I wasn't thinking of nothing, blank. There wasn't any thought, right? The only thought I knew is I wanted out.
Yeah.
Right. And I had never, ever, all the anxiety and all the depression that I had been through, I'd never been there. Right. I knew there was something different. It was like, oh, shit. And I was freaking crying. And it was my wife, thank God. It was my wife that was like, I'm getting you therapy because I didn't want anything to do with any of it. I didn't want therapy no more. Therapy ain't got me to where I'm at, where I want to be. Fuck them. Right? I don't want therapy. Right? And it weren't happening. It was not happening, dude. And then I got to that place. And even then, when my wife says, I'm getting you a therapist, I'm screaming, no, you're not. I wasn't going to do it. Right? Until she started doing, she was doing all the research. I didn't do shit because I want nothing to do with it. So then she goes off doing all the research and what about this person? No. What about this person? No. I was just freaking, and my wife's going, oh, frustrated, right? I was going through one up. No. And then the one I got now, a picture of her came up on the screen with a big floppy hat on. She's standing in her backyard, complete hippie, right? And I'm like, yeah, all right. And my wife's like, shit. But that was it took going to that place for me to be able to straighten myself. Well, not she, my wife did, to get me on start getting me on the straight. Now I'm not saying I haven't had episodes between that time and now. I have.
Yeah, dude.
But each time you learn that little bit because when you first do it, you're not thinking about anything. All you know is I don't want this.
Yeah.
That's all you know. I don't want this, and you fight it to try and get rid of it.
I know out of majority of people that you'll slowly work your way through all of those early days. Yeah. And I don't want to take much away from it or like spoil it. So just you keep on plodding, man. And I'll tell you what, some of the story that will come out in that is yeah. But I know what you're saying about not losing the essence of what that was.
Don't lose, dude.
Dude, the beauty in it though, and this is kind of what I touched on earlier, in the sense that I can't lose it now because it's there. However, the progression that I want now is to show that, yeah, you can still keep pushing forwards. Because the other thing was, obviously, there was when I started doing what I was doing, there was not a lot in the world about mental health. Then all of a sudden, it became really trendy, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah,
and so I was like
a fashion.
Because you'll see the hashtag that I used to use back then all the time. I only ever use it now when it's on a bummed note. And that's the hashtag fight depression. And I really wanted to get that off the ground and flying, dude. And I'll just do a little shout out here. you watched day 3, right? Where me and a mate of mine went up to London. We went to a
Yep.
thing called Mind Matters.
Yep. Brilliant.
Now, the guy in that video, Matt, has very few and far between appearances in my vlog, right? Me and him, he's probably one of the oldest friends that I have in this town, dude. Like,
All right.
cross paths.
Yeah.
Absolutely legendary dude. Go and check out his track called Clarity. I've shared it in the group in the past, but on YouTube, Matty Lloyd, Clarity, go and check it out. That is a track that he done a fair few years ago now, dealing with the topic that is suicide from his point of view after, and I don't like talking other people's stories, but he's put it out there in the track. He lost 2 of his brothers within, I think it was 4 years, to suicide.
Jeez.
And he deals with it via putting it into music, man. And it's kind of crazy because when he put that track out, that was at the height of dude, before we were doing all like what we were talking about, there was no goddamn mental health matters month and mental health week and this and that. And then all of a sudden, just overnight, it seemed like the switch came on and it was
Yeah.
trendy, it was fashionable. There was money being injected into it.
Yeah.
Craziest thing is, and it kind of goes back to what I said earlier in the, and I said it in those early days vlogs, that people want you to talk about it, but people don't really want you to talk about it.
You're right, because it hits too. Because it's like when people talk about sex and they make the sex word, and you're like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yeah.
Right. It's looked. Not a lot of people are able to accept it. Not a lot of people. A lot of people will turn around and say, "What a selfish act," but you ain't been there, right? If someone comes up and they say, "What a selfish act," first thing I'm going to say is, Have you been there? Do you know what this is?"
It's
And
hard, dude.
you'll know within
Unless
15 seconds whether they're giving you bullshit.
the lesser educated youth child part of me, if you'd asked me when I was 16, what did I think of it? Yeah, selfish. You leave, it's the people
Right.
that are left behind that
Yeah.
have got to pick up the pieces and all the rest of it. However, now asking me, it's a gnarly one because I see it more at the point of when that person's got to that position where they feel like the only good thing that they can do is that they need to take their self out of this situation and it will be better for everybody else. Just contemplate on that thought of where that brain
Right.
is at, dude.
Right. And it could be you might have had to go through that experience to heal the 16-year-old. Think about that.
Yeah, dude.
Right? The one that's not understanding, the one that
No,
don't know, right? That hasn't got a freaking clue. You went through that. You said it. You went through that period after where you went there, but that helps you heal that 16-year-old because now there's a bit of an understanding of what you didn't quite understand, maybe,
yeah, dude.
right? So it heals. It actually heals that part. Something always comes out of different traumas. It's something, right? And I can't help but tell the group, we've still got people. I just can't believe we've still got 5 people in the freaking. This is insane, right? If you're going through any kind of heavy, no matter what it is, right? Divorce, breakups, and you think it's the freaking end of the world, right? The first thing I'm going to say is the sun still shines behind every cloud, right? That cloud is going to freaking move at some point, and the sun's going to be there.
It don't feel like it, but it will.
But it will. You just got to hold tight, right? And the one thing it's good not to really. I mean, everything's choice, right? But it's better to choose a path of not fighting it and choose a path of accepting and understanding it. Too many people just go, I want this done, I want this gone, and all you're doing is perpetuating that energy into it. You're just drawing attention to it, right? And it's going to keep you in that position. But knowledge is powerful. Any knowledge, right? If you can learn and take something from that, right, then going through that isn't for nothing. There's a knowledge there. There's a teaching there, and it's a matter of accepting the feeling of what you're going through, sitting with it, and feeling it without attaching so much and trying to push it away. Because if you try and push it away, the cloud stays there. If you accept that the cloud's there and it might rain, it's not so bad, is it? Because hey, it could rain in a minute. The cloud's there, but you know what? Shit, I know that once that's rain, I'm going to have a good day. The sun's going to come out and it's going to dry the rain, and it's going to make things grow, and the plants and trees are all going to love it, and the animal. It happens. It happens in the same way. And I don't want to say all you got to do, because that makes it sound really shit, right?
Yeah, it is.
But it's a matter of being able to sit with the feelings without attaching to it so much. And I don't know how to explain it really, because
it's hard, dude.
It's very, very. It's a difficult. I'm not saying it's ever easy. When someone comes and sits in front of me for the very first time, I'll say to them, "This ain't easy." Right? Right? You ain't. If you're going to do the work properly, it's not easy.
It's going to get messy before it gets any better, dude.
What's that?
It's always going to get messier before it gets better,
It's
dude.
going to get freaking well messy. Yeah, I mean, shit, dude. Some of the therapy sessions that I've been in, matey, I think I looked at the floor bawling my eyes out more than I looked at my damn therapist. Right? I've literally sat in this room like this. Can't even look up. Crying out of it. And I remember my wife had to sit next to me while I was on with my therapist, because I couldn't even fucking talk. I didn't even want to talk. I was gone. Right? And then she actually hypnotized me. She knocked me out. She fucking knocked me out. I remember laying back here, I'm out. And then bringing me around, and it pulled me out of it. Whatever she did, pulled me around out of it, right? And then you look back at that and you go, what did I learn? What did I learn? First thing I learned is I can come out of it. Right? That's the first thing I'm going to learn. I can come out of this because I've done it. Right? Over and over again. Right? So that's the first thing you grab hold of. I'm going to come out of this. I've done it before. I can freaking do it again. Right? And then the pieces parts of like, okay, what did I do anything different? What kind of thinking was I going for? Ask the freaking questions. We sit there so like victims, right? Shit, I don't know the answers. Yes, you do know the freaking answers. Ask. And the only way you're going to open up your subconscious mind, which is 95% of your thinking, by the way, you only think consciously with about 5% of your mind, right? So that's a big freaking thing you're fighting. 95% is your subconscious. It doesn't forget anything, right? But the way you can tap into that real quick is ask a question. Ask the question, right? What's happening right now? What am I feeling? Start writing it down, right? Get yourself a freaking pad, sit down with a pen and go, what is it I'm going through right now? And just write. You don't overthink it. Just start writing. It don't matter if you're writing, I've got no fucking idea. Write it, right, on your pad. Because the act of writing, this is proven, the act of writing actually gets in touch with your ajna, your third eye. It opens up your mind to where you'll start remembering. You'll be writing more shit. And it brings out things. You'll start to see, right? It will teach you if you write. Yeah. And it's a matter of sitting down. What am I feeling right now? What is my thinking doing? Do I have a belief? Is this a program? Can I do anything about this? Is this something I can fix? If I go this way, can I avoid it? If I do this, can I change something? Ask the fucking questions. Don't sit there going, oh, I don't know. Because then that thing is over you going, ha, 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 almighty kid, I'm going to direct you this way. There you go to bed. You ain't getting up for 4 days, right? It's going to tell you, it's going to fucking bring you down to where you're falling into the Grim Reaper, right? Ask the questions, work to pull yourself through, because if you get an answer just on one, you're moving. It don't matter what it is. If you get an answer on one something, you're going to move forward in the right direction.
So I just see a comment a little while ago from Radman saying progression, not depression.
There you go. Right. Exactly.
Claimed it.
Now I'm going to ask you one last question.
Go on.
Because I had a whole bunch of shit that I really had planned out. But it's not the heavy shit. We're pretty much at the heavy shit. I'm glad you did it. Right. Before I ask this next couple of questions, thank you. Literally, honestly, thank you for being vulnerable, honest, and please take that first few videos and start bringing some of that back in. Not thinking about having all the bits and pieces. It don't matter if you haven't got a guest on. It don't matter. It don't matter. Right? It don't matter. It don't matter. I know I can hear you. I can see your fucking mind. I know. Right? Stop. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. Why does it matter? Listen, that's why I said to you, what did you say to me yesterday, right at the end there? Are you going to do a live? You remember that? That's how you said it. Are you going to do a live? Because you weren't coming on, and there I am on with Jack, and you know where I go with that. And I turn around to you and I says, I'm going to prove to you a point. Yeah, I am. And you went, bang on, dude. You showed the support like you always do. Bang on, dude. I ain't got no fancy shit, right? I sat there for freaking 2.5 hours and banged one out. I didn't even know how to get on the computer. I was surprised when it came up and I saw the freaking clock ticking. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm live, right? I didn't have a clue, right? But it proves the point that I got a message out. People were getting content out of it, right? It's not a matter of trying to prove something to yourself. It's a matter of getting a message out to those people and healing and helping people. That's what you originally were there for to do. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. It's great. Set the intent to advance yourself. Absolutely. I'm all about advancement. That's why I say, yeah, you fucking go for it, matey. But don't do it for the wrong intent. Right? Set the intent not to keep yourself away from something that hurt and trauma. Set the intent so that you can go forward and learn and grow, but not the other way. All right. Now I'm going to ask you the next question. So thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being honest. This is the first time I've seen you absolutely vulnerable. Right. And that ain't an easy thing to freaking do, especially when you're sitting in front of the world, right?
Dude, yeah.
Right. What does Andrea say about your vlogs?
She watches them from time to time.
Like my missus.
Yeah, dude. Like she has to give it a little. She lives it, dude.
Right.
But she doesn't like it from time to time where she'll go back, like especially like the last holiday ones. Give it a little while, she'll go back and watch them.
Yeah.
But again, bless her. Like I say, she lives it, so she don't particularly watch it from day to day. And 9 times out of 10, she hates it because it's always the worst clip or the worst bit of her. So she kind of gets that first. Oh, dude.
What happened? Are you plugging in? Yeah, I'm probably not far off. I don't want to touch my freaking screen because I'll end up cocking it all up. Is he still there, or did he just leave? I don't know what happened. Just froze up. What the heck happened there? Not sure what happened, guys. He just grommed. I think his battery went, so I'm not too sure. I'm not getting a message from him either. Yes. What's that, Rad man? I don't know if he's messaging the group because I got my phone all hooked up onto the. Oh, he just left. I wonder if can he kick back in using the same login, or have I got? Does anybody know? Because I'm a bit of a fish out of water here. Frozen on my side too. Yeah, I think his battery went, but I'm not sure how to get him back in, or whether he can just log back in with the original login that I sent. Because I had to send him an icon. I don't even know how I would get that back. I don't think I can even. Yeah, it says remove guest, so apparently it still looks like he sees him in here, but I'm not sure what to do. Nothing from in the group yet. Okay, so he may be because he knows what to do. I'm like I say. See, Red Man, you see this? I'm not technical, man, but I'm just gonna sit and wait and see what happens. we just sit on it, figure it out. Oh, did I just go off the screen now? Oh, there he is. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right, Dan. Yeah, man. I know we've talked a lot. I don't know if Grom can hear me. Because I will yeah, I'm not sure. Just says guest left. And it's not letting me do anything. Oh, you're there? Can you can hear me, but you huh. Do you want to wrap it up then, Grom? I just had a couple of there was a it was around Andrea, but I'm not sure how you want to do it. So can you jump back on for just like 10 minutes, and then we'll wrap it. Because I don't really want to end it just straight like that, really. I know I need a shower. Bloody hell, I'm sweating, man. Just waiting for phone to boot up. All right. Because it's saying that you're not even, it's saying that you left. It's not even saying that you're on. Does anybody have any questions while we wait here? Oh yeah, Redman, man. If you get a hold of Grom, and because he started the group, and then he'll be able to get you in. We go through WhatsApp, and we have a group. I don't know why I'm over there talking. I'm just because I'm looking at your picture. Jeez. He started up this group on WhatsApp, and we have a room. We all go in there, and it's just supportive, man. Sometimes we will come in, and someone will say there's nothing quite, something might not be right or something, and then we all help each other out. Questions, all kind of in videoing. I've learned more in the group than I can even say. And then you got chill. He hold up, all right, he's back. See, I knew he'd be back. And then you got chill. Who? Hey, I'm actually. We'll wrap it in a second. I've just got another couple of questions, Grom, and then we'll wrap it. But I was just telling Radman. He says about can we go through how to get involved with the group? And I was just telling him, get a hold of you. You can pull him. You can give him the information. Pull him into the WhatsApp group and go from there. But yeah, man, it'd be good to have you in, dude. There's a great bunch of people in there. Some people are quiet. Some people talk. Some people are in and out. I know I sometimes have weeks where I just pop in and out. And then there's other days where I'm like on board more. But anyway, so we know, because your Andrews thinks the same way as my missus, basically, right? I'll say, you're going to watch tonight? She'll go, I'll give you a like. And I'm like, all right. No, she does. The one I did with Chill, I was very surprised because I put it on, and because she hadn't seen it, she goes, "Oh, let me have a look. We'll watch a little bit of it, And she sat there freaking and she turned around and she goes, "Man, that's an interesting guy, right?" And screw me. Right, but no, she was like, no, he's a really interesting guy, and she knows about the group because of me saying, oh, so and so, because when the shirts turned up, and she goes, oh, who's that from? And I'm like, Joe. Who's Joe? And he comes from New Jersey, where my wife's from. She's from New Jersey, so yeah, I know where Andrew's coming from with that. So I got the next quick question. Well, it's not quick, but keep this. Let's let's not go this way like we normally do. What does she think about the mental health side of it with you?
What, as in like the real life or in the vlog?
No, the real life mental health, Grom. What does she say about it? If I was to pull her in front of me right now, and I said to her straight up, be honest with me, right? What can you tell me about Grom's mental health? How does it affect you? Does it upset you? Does it what is it? So what is she feel?
One, I would definitely say she would say that it's been a heavy trip, dude. A heavy burden at points. And I'll be forever thankful that she put up with me while I was going through some gnarly shit, dude.
Sure.
And on the flip side, on the joke side, she'd be like, yeah, he needs to get some therapy. So yeah, dude, I think yeah, I don't particularly don't want to speak for her. It's a shame she's asleep. Otherwise I'd be like, get her, like pull her on shot,
Right.
Um,
Right.
But yeah, I reckon it'd be something along those lines. Like,
All right.
I reckon he'd do. I know that she said to me especially in the last couple of weeks, I think you would do good for going through some form of therapy.
Yeah.
Even with this weirdo whack job bloke that I know that like kind of does his own therapy. Do you know what I mean?
Like, yeah.
But
Who's that?
yeah, just this bloke. I think I got his number kicking around somewhere. But apart from that, yeah, dude, the burden that Andrea has had from me because of, again, And like I said earlier, dude, it's the shit that you come out with and the shit that you say in the lowest of the low,
Sure.
which can have such a heavy, adverse, and permanent lasting effect on the loved ones around you, dude.
Sure. Sure. No,
And
I
that
get it.
horrible feeling of helplessness for them.
Right. But it also makes them one heck of a special person.
Yeah, dude. Or just a pain in your ass.
Well, I can say both with my wife, but but I'm still there nearly 30 years later, matey. Right?
Yeah, dude.
I'm still
One of
there.
I think one of the really gnarly things about my experience with it, and with Andrea seeing what I went through, bless her, obviously, she lost her dad a few years back now.
Yeah.
And so when it comes down to those conversations, it kind of just like, she knows that we can have those conversations. Those really open hearted, deep as you want to get deep. But also I hope she knows that there's that empathy there that, yeah, dude, it's not a case that I've just been there, got the t-shirt and done the fucking vlog about it. It is
Right.
actually a case of like, I know that feeling, man. Like,
Right. So I mean, the way I look at it, and I don't know if you look at it, because I can't relate to Andrea, but I can relate to my wife, right? And the amount of shit that I've thrown her way, just with again, if we talk the suicide thing, she's watched me where I've gone. And I can't imagine. I mean, I've gone further than that. I mean, I've gone really to where you're putting that on that person. But let me tell you something, though, man. You can't. People say you can't help your mind. You can help your mind. I'll say that you can help your mind. I mean, everything is down to us, right? Nobody else. It's all down to us, right? But when we get into those certain places within our mind, now my battery's going to run out. When we get down to those certain places, hold up, mate. I've got to put this on a stand. Here we go. Look at that. Shit, we're charging. When we get down to those certain places, hold up. Can you see me? Fuck.
yeah, dude.
Hold up. I'll put it down. Is that better? Let me do that. Things you do. Can you see me? There you go.
Yeah, dude.
The things that we go through at that moment in time, I want to say you can't help at that time, right? It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's something. It's something that's there, an emotional state. I mean, the brain's an amazing, amazing computer. But if it's like any good computer, you could pay thousands for a computer. Don't mean it ain't going to go wrong, right? You've only got to press the wrong freaking key, and you do wipe your shit out, as you know, right? But we can't help that, right? So what I do with my wife is I give her, and I'll tell her, and given major, major props. Right. Thank you. Thank you. It goes a long way. Thank you
Yeah,
for
dude.
being there. Thank you. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for sticking by me. Thank you. It's gratitude. Right. And when you can show gratitude to somebody, at that point it's real gratitude. It's coming from here.
Yeah, dude.
Right. It's proper gratitude. Which is bringing me to my next and last. I mean, I've got loads more I can talk about fricking all night to you, right? There's loads we'll have to do another one shorter, right? But I think, you know what? There's no other way this could have gone. It went the way. I know we've been here a long time, but it went the way it went big for a reason,
Yeah, dude.
right? I'm hoping, before I ask this last question, I hope that this has made somewhat of a difference to you, because this is what this was all about. This was all about a healing for you. Right, not me. That's the reason why I watched and went into therapy mode and started writing shit down and trying to trying to connect the dots a little bit in a very, very short span of time, like less than 24 hours. But thank you. Seriously, thank you, dude. Don't lose that essence, man. And I really hope that this whole thing has really helped you to not lock into those little bits and pieces, even though I know they're there, right? Just set the intent different. That's all you got to do. Switch the intent. It's not going to take you back to that place because you're already forward. That piece of you, yes, it's part of your journey. But I'm telling you, man, it's the part to connect to for you to heal others. It speaks. It's powerful and strong. There. You can see the issue within the man. And when it comes to, I'm not putting women. Most of my clients are women, right? There's a reason. Because a lot of guys don't want to admit it. They don't want to go. They don't want to go there. They won't go there. And out of the guys that I do have, they're freaking strong as shit. Because those 2 guys last night, right? That came on. There was 2 dudes on there, right? Those 2 guys, holy shit, man! Warriors. There ain't no buts or ifs about it. When you go through certain periods in your life that are very strong, very traumatic, and you work and you come through that, that's a freaking warrior, right? A warrior is going forward with the fear, facing it. That's a warrior, right? The one that runs ain't the warrior. The warrior is the one that feels that fear and goes forward to it, right? So thank you. And I honestly, I can't thank you enough for being who you are and doing what you've done for me. Right?
No worries, dude.
So the next thing I'm going to ask, this is the last question I'm going to ask you, and I want you. This is your time, right here, right at the end, right? And I want you to speak from here, not here, here, right? What's a message that you would like to give to Andrea?
That no matter wherever our journeys and our lives take us, never not be true to yourself. Never deprive yourself of anything that you feel like you need to achieve in this life. But I'll always be eternally thankful for just every second and every bit of time that we spend together.
What does that mean to you?
What, the time that we spend?
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
Just that there is some really like, it doesn't need to always be intense. It doesn't always need to be intellectual. Sometimes it can just be the fact of just sitting next to somebody and not saying a goddamn word, but just knowing.
What's that knowing? What is that?
Knowing that, like, those 2 consciousness, spirits, souls, whatever it is, are just like almost comfortable in their existence in a close proximity.
That's energy, dude.
Yeah, dude.
That's energy.
Yeah, dude.
So let me ask you this. What is it? What is it? Where do you want to take it with your heart? Speaking from your heart, where is it that you want to take it? And with Andrea, where is it that you want to go? What is from here where you are now, right? I mean, we're in the present right now, right? So we don't know fucking what's happening tomorrow, right? But when we're with that special somebody, yeah, where do you want to take that? What is it she really means to you going forward? What do you want to see? What do you want? Where do you want to progress? Where do you want to, where do you see your relationship going?
I just want to see the both of us succeed in whatever that may be.
Do you need to know what it is?
No.
Why?
But say again.
Why do you not need to know? There's safety in knowing, so why do you not need to know?
Just because I don't know, dude. I'll be 100% honest. Without going off on another hour's tangent for you or doing any ballet dancing.
I know, because we both do it, and then we start feeding off each other, and then it goes.
If I'm brutally honest, again, like who knows, because we don't know what the future holds. I just hope that we can continue to be elevating each other, pushing ourselves forward, and trying to reach the utmost best possible humans that we can as a team and as individuals. And even if, and this sounds really gnarly, dude, even if that takes us apart in time and we go our own separate ways, as long as we both like reach whatever it is that we want and find that thing, that essence that gives us maybe like not necessarily all-time reward, but like obviously different individuals find different things in life that is their like purpose. As long as we can both find our purpose, whether that's together or whether that's individually, man, I just hope for the both of us that we find that.
Well, we're not talking about the both of you. I'm talking about Andrea and your relationship with Andrea. What your feeling is with Andrea. I know you're both going forward, but what's your where is your, where does it, because this is going to go with you, right? Where does this come into that equation as far as going forward? What does she, all right, let me ask you this. What does Andrea mean to you?
Kind of like strength and almost like courage as well, dude.
Gives you courage?
Yeah.
Gives you strength?
Yeah.
Support?
Yeah.
Love?
Yeah.
Cares about you a lot? Direction?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, you're together for a reason. You must be directed somewhere.
Well, this is why I kind of say, like, without getting really gnarly, I feel like just in my life so far, there is up until a point where I feel like my choices and things that I'm maybe not quite prepared to or not ready for may cause situations to change. However, I know Andrea is also willing to make those changes, but I would never want to stop her from achieving her purpose in life, dude.
So what does that fricking tell you between you and Andrea? That
How do you mean?
you are able to say that. Not many people say that.
No, dude.
Right. So
just because I love her enough that I'd always want her to be able to succeed and feel the purpose in her life.
Right. So do you think that that's all you need right now?
What's that, dude?
The love part of that, the connection with Andrea, the
Yeah,
safety.
dude.
There's safety
Yeah.
to it. That's all you need.
Yeah, dude.
That's all you need. Do the lives.
Dude, that got heavy.
Love you, brother.
No worries, man. Right back at you, dude.
All right. We'll
And I
wrap it
can't
up,
believe
man.
it because obviously my clock's reset at like, it's just saying 20 minutes. So what's that, like 5 hours or something we done?
9:38 now. We started at what? 5? Yeah, 4.5. Yeah, yeah.
And there's still those 5 people that have been in here all that time are just gnarly, dude.
There's still, listen, guys, seriously. I know it's gone on. I know I keep saying this, and I know it's gone on for quite long, but I've absolutely, I've really enjoyed it. It has been a happy place for me, even though I left my ass at the door when I walked in here. Right. But it's been an absolute blessing to have you on here. It's an absolute blessing knowing you. And it's an absolute blessing knowing that my journey is with you in it. And I sincerely mean that.
Legend, dude.
So,
Thank you.
thank you. So on that note, be blessed, brother. Namaste.
Take it easy, buddy.
See you guys.
Thank you for
Everybody
having
in
me
here.
on.
Thank you, everybody. I know it's been a biggie. But yeah, you can't when you got people like this that stick there with you, and that's all you need.
Yeah, dude.
That's all you need. Do your lives. We all love you. We all care about you. And if you fucking ever turned around and said, I'm never doing it again, I'll be on a plane over there.
Not too much pressure, dude. Jesus. Shit.
Anyway,
I'll make sure if I ever do say I'm not doing it, I'll buy a plane ticket real quick.
I'm telling you what, you're going to need to run, dude. Because if I'm on that plane, if I'm on a plane coming over to get you, I'm over there for a reason, dude.
Dude. Right. Sad to leave after all these hours.
I know, man. I know.
Legend.
You know.
Right. On that,
Brilliant.
I'm out.
All right, brother. You take it easy, right? Speak tomorrow.
Laters.
Namaste, brother.
Thanks, everyone. Take
Bye,
it
man.
easy.